wonder if the organic meat sack...
And the organic meat sack can't do anything right today. This is just one of those days. Technology is against me. Technology is like, no, I don't think we're gonna do that today for you. It is how it is. You said your whole foot is either purple or yellow, the whole thing up to your leg. Go to the fucking VA, man. Go the fuck to the doctor. Like, no fucking shit, man. Like, doctor. Oh, that ain't gonna work. Now everybody's gonna figure out that the reason why I keep my hair short isn't because I like short hair. I keep my hair short so it fits in the damn camera screen. It's like, well, Jay, why don't you ever like grow your hair out? Because if I do, it doesn't work right. It is just another series of the comedy of errors. Look at this. I'm a woolly sheep, man. Camera seems different. Yeah, the camera is different. Look at this. I took a picture with my granddaughter. I sent the picture to somebody and they said, "Who's that sheep in the picture with your granddaughter?" I was like, damn, man. Way to just go after a guy. Anyway, today is a video game day. I am going to be getting back to politics days. I have just been incredibly ill. I'm 99.99999% sure I got long COVID again. Like, I've been living off this thing. Like, I don't have an albuterol inhaler. I have an air super inhaler, so I can only take it X number of times a day. It's just brutal, man. Like, I can't handle the pollen. I can't handle the allergens. So it's really hard to like sit down and do an hour or two of show prep when you're just like, I wish my eyes would stop watering. And then this week was the comedy of errors. Had to do a bunch of paperwork on Monday afternoon and Tuesday for my daughter. My wife had carpal tunnel surgery yesterday. So she's kind of like, I had to just go downstairs. She's like, I need your help. I'm like, cool, you need my help. You just had surgery. Hello. Little domestic terrorist. She's mad because I don't stream on Saturdays. She normally gets to be a baby. Can't be a baby right now. I need my fingers. No. You never got past the kitten chewing phase. You go play. Go find Mimits. Go play. Oh, I know. All the complaints. So no, I had to, man, I'm gonna, this is kind of like I'm gonna bitch about politics while I'm playing video games. My wife had to be at the hospital at 9:15 yesterday. And she had to be at the hospital at 9:15 for an 11:30 surgery. It took less than an hour for us to be squared away and her to be the only thing she had left was for them to come in and put her hairnet on. That was it. My wife was ready to roll out the door at 10:15. 11:15 comes along. I'm expecting to see somebody coming along at about 11:15. Yeah, we're getting ready. We're getting close. We're going to be... 11:30 comes. That's the time her surgery's supposed to start. 11:45. 11:58. I'm watching the clock because I'm about to, page the nurse to be like, hey, what's going on? My wife's diabetic, so it's already late. She already has a late in the morning surgery. And they even mentioned that. they were like, yeah, we would like your sugars to be a little bit higher. Well, then you shouldn't have scheduled my wife for a fucking 11:30 surgery. 11:58, they come in and they grab her. And I'm just like, you know, we wonder why shit is just so intolerable anymore. Certain things in life have become, we lost the narrative. You're late to your doctor's appointment, they won't take you. You get there 15 minutes early like they ask, and you end up waiting over an hour. If you're not at the airplane gate by a certain time, they can deny you boarding. But if the plane is there and the crew isn't there, or a flight attendant isn't there or something, those are all, like, they get a 3-hour window before they start having to compensate you. Well, when did everything in this world become everything is on the patient, the consumer? If they're going to charge you for being late to your doctor's appointments, you should be allowed to charge them for being late to your doctor's appointment. Sure, and like I'll give you an example of a place and time where your doctor running late isn't like a grievous offense to you. I showed up at the doctor's office. This was still when I was active duty. I showed up to the doctor's office, and right when I walked in, the first thing they said to me was, there's going to be a little bit of a delay at your appointment. And a mechanic came in from the flight line with metal filament in his eye. And I'm like, oh shit, I hope he's okay. Yeah, cool, no problem. We went, they checked me in for my appointment. They put me in the room. And all I asked was, I said, hey, if it's going to be a while, can we turn off the overhead light? Because if it's going to be 20 minutes, I'll grab a 20-minute cat nap. I'll take whatever fucking cat nap is available, right? I'm not going to get mad. Well, yeah, that dude could end up lying. So I'm like, when I got there, they're like, yeah, you're going to be delayed. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that I'm going to be delayed for a damn good reason. Well, then I was in the room, and I wake up, it's like 3 hours later. And I'm like, holy shit. So I kind of poked my head out, and my doctor, her name was Dr. Johnson, she sees me. She's like, oh, good, you're awake. And I'm like, ma'am, it's like 3 hours later. She's like, yep. And I was like, is everything okay? She's like, yeah, I walked into the room. You were sound asleep, called your name. You didn't wake up. I shut the door. She's like, obviously, you need sleep. And I was like, hey, good doctor, right? Like, obviously part of my condition with my headaches and my fatigue and everything else is just the lack of good, healthy sleep. Thanks for being a smart doctor. Let's knock out some of that good, healthy sleep right now. I appreciated that. So, oh yeah, what I have to start off the day with. The mod system. Once Human has decided, as I talk about with video games all the time, it would be great if video game developers had a starting point and a vision, not a destination. Do you have a vision? Where are you trying to get to in terms of how should gameplay be? Well, this is the second anniversary of Once Human, and they're launching on console on August 25th. But the problem is, we're not making positive progress with the game. We're doing an awful lot of movement. I'm gonna show you where this is one of those ideas where a developer thought they had a good idea, and then the developer didn't think about the oh shit part of it. So what they did, first of all, a long time ago in a land far away, we had this mod system where we could do the mod conversions. And this was rough. This was not a very, how shall I say, fun system. Like, it took me thousands of attempts to make that one. That's an old mod. It's a triple gold old mod with weak spot damage, damage against great ones, and weapon damage, all at the gold tier. So that took a very long time to do. Then they went to this new mod system, which is easier to get accomplished, but the mods are weaker until they're flash mods, until they're shinies. Weak spot damage, weapon damage is the same, but there's no great one damage of 6. There's just damage to all by 3. Okay, fine. The very top, they give us a flash effect. Bullseye target damage plus 5%. Okay, it makes the mod incrementally better. But what's really weird about the system, you'll notice 1, 2, 3, 4 shinies and a 17. In order for me to unlock my progression in this mod, I have to get 300 points. So I have to get 7 more points to get a random Bullseye shiny mod. There's not really too much of a place that I want, I want to level, right? I don't want to get Recovery Mark Survival. I don't want that mod. I don't want to farm Recovery Mark General. I don't want that mod. I built a Recovery Mark set for... I thought the game was going to go a different direction. I thought they were going to move us away from the Savior set being king of all. They did. They released a new armor set. They released a new armor set where your crit rate is increased at level 1, your reload efficiency at 2. At level 3, on a weapon hit, you gain a stack of sync, weapon damage 3%, stack up to 10 times for weapon damage 30%. And then when sync reaches level 10, attacking an enemy applies overload, status damage equal to 50% of psi intensity. Every second to the target and the enemies within 3 meters lasts for 5 seconds. That's not that good. Okay? That's not a great effect. Yeah, there's a big update. And so when you look at this, you're like, okay, so I'll get 50% damage, or I'm sorry, 30% damage when I'm stacked, and 50% of my psi intensity. Well, there's no defense to that set. There is no reason I would want to run that over... When shielded, weapon damage and status damage increases by 10%. Yeah, you got me by 20% weapon damage, but, right, the next line down, consumes 8% of current hit points upon generating a temporary shield, blah, blah, blah. When hit point is consumed, weapon and status damage plus 5%, stacking up to 4 times, lasting 12 seconds. So there's my 30% again. You need to run a 3-piece savior in order to get the shield piece, but by running the shield piece, you can effectively get the same amount of damage output, other than the overload status, which isn't that great and amazing. I don't understand what direction the devs are going, because right now everybody makes the joke: 3-piece savior, your key item, and then 2 pieces of whatever else complements. But every build is 3-piece savior. Now you will see some creators, they make their builds without savior so that they can put up these videos where they kill everything and its brother in 10 seconds. Cool. Gotcha. Good. Awesome, great, clever, whatever have you. The problem is, that's not an effective build. That like, what people see is they see this build where the guy runs in and he does, drops his 3 ice cubes, slashes them with the dagger, does his fortress warfare, and then he one-shots the boss. That's great. Awesome. If that is your flavor of jam, go ahead. But you're a sweaty. Like, you're doing all this stuff for 2 seconds. I can go in, not do any of that crap, and kill the boss in 18 seconds. You do all of this fucking ritual every single time to kill the boss in 14 seconds. I'll just do it my way. So they've retouched the mod system again, and it's weird because like when you get into armor mods, and in a little bit I'm gonna open up this metric fuck ton of boxes I have, because those were what my category scores were last Saturday. Because I'm tracking to see how hard is it to actually level this stuff. But what I don't think the devs thought about is you want to get your shiny mod. Open to select gloves shiny mod at 1,275 collection points, 1,275 level points. Elemental Overload. This is an entire category of mods I don't want to level. I don't want to build an elemental build. I just prefer bounce. I prefer the P90. That's what I enjoy. But in order for me to maximize my build, I have to go play other builds. They also lock some of this behind, you see that's a Crescent mod. Well, that's a level 9 to a level 17 is 8 points. So that's a big jump there. Crescent. I, in the past, had chosen not to run a savior build, so I had chosen not to run Crescent mods. The problem is, now I can't go farm Crescent mods. I have to wait until the next lunar cycle. I don't think the developers thought that through very well. We're going to release a leveling system that you can only maximize if you have already been playing the game. If you're trying to start the game today, you're literally you are unable to farm the mods that it will take until the next time that visional cycle comes around. And it's the same thing, unfortunately, for anybody that starts after this gravity cycle. Then they'll be told, oh, you're going to have to wait until the next gravity cycle comes around. The devs seem really, really interested, or the marketing team or whoever's in charge, they seem really, really interested in exposing the game to as many people as possible. But they're not really interested in, how shall we say, retaining that population. Like, you're not doing a good job of making sure that those players are going to stay for a day, a week, a month, 6 months, a year. They've tried really desperately to make the game appealable to first-person shooter players. We now have a first-person shooter. We now have a first-person mode where we're in all the time, right? That's fine, but you don't do it better than other games on the market. And because you don't do it better than other games on the market, you spent $1 a day, a unit of manpower to build a mode that I don't think, you know, the masses were asking for. Like, sure, I'm not saying that first-person shooter players shouldn't have games that take their preferred playstyle into consideration, because they absolutely should. But if you don't want to be a half-ass game that does everything kind of okay, you can get away with that. Like, you got the really top-end Chinese buffets or Asian buffets. Asian buffet because they got a little Chinese food, a lot of Japanese food, like some Korean, some Vietnamese. It's all mixed in, but it's more expensive. Then you've got the low-end Chinese place that you go to not because the food is great. You go there because you get a lot of food for $9.99, all you can eat. I'm not trying to be overly critical, but I think the problem is we have somehow gotten stuck in a back and forth between the game developers and the player base. player base is like, we want action combat, we want this, we want that, we want the other. Cool. Do you know what the creative director should say? That's awesome. Here's a list of games that I recommend for you. Well, I want to play your game. Okay, I'm building my game. I don't have action combat. I don't have normalized arenas because I don't want to build that shit. I don't want to. That's not what I'm trying to build. What I'm trying to build is X. I'm trying to build baseball. You want cricket. So these are some fine cricket games you can go play. I'm not building that. You can have a bunch of average mechanics if the sum of them creates a unique gameplay too. Once human does not really fall into that category though. Right. But you hit the nail on the head. You can have a bunch of vanilla, average, tasteless, flavorless systems. Like yesterday I was joking with Rail. I made another character to test the tutorial. I wanted, because people kept telling me the tutorial was different. I wanted, as a content creator, I should run through the tutorial and understand it so people can ask me. Totally different tutorial. I'm not trying to put too much emphasis on this, but if a year and a half, 2 years into the game, you improve your tutorial, good on you. Good job. You improved your tutorial. But if a year or year and a half into the game, you're writing a brand new tutorial, well then what has happened is somewhere along the line, we've confused movement with progress. The tutorial that I played yesterday is worse than the tutorial we used to have. But I acknowledged the tutorial needed to change because the original gameplay loop for this game was you would start, you would play on the Manibus Novice server, you would play through that. At the end of the scenario, you would go to another world, and then remember, all these other worlds are variations of Nalcott. All these other worlds are alternate realities. SCP is not the same Nalcott as this one. They didn't really do a good job explaining that to the player base. It was one thing people always, well, why are we playing these different scenarios? Why isn't the full map? Because it's the point of the other scenarios is when you go up to the Way of Winter, if you read the dialogue, you can't get south. The north to south passage is snowed over or blocked or something. That's why Hot Dog is there. The mayor of one of the towns is up there because he traveled up there to see his girlfriend, and now he can't get home. That's why you're there dealing with it. You're there addressing the scenario. Well, I get it. They needed to release a new scenario because it didn't jive. It didn't line up anymore. But if you were going to write a new scenario, shouldn't your new scenario have been better than the existing scenario? CK3 is a great example of this. There are other games that does most of the individual parts of CK3 way better, but there are no other games like it which makes it unique and fun. Right. 100%. There are lots of other games on the market that do a part of CK3 much better. Much better. Like, for example, somebody had written a crossover mod. You needed to own both games. You needed to own CK3 and either Bannerlord or Total Warfare, one of them. And when you went into a battle, this mod generated a save file. Then you loaded the other game with that mod. It imported your save file. You ran the fight, and then it exported the results. You imported that into CK3. Now, it was a very complicated and convoluted way to do it. It would have been really great if they could have streamlined that. But the combat in CK3, the actual tactical level combat, There isn't any. There's some mods you can install which give you a false sense of tactical level input. But for the most part, CK3 is a grand strategy game. There's some tactics you can try. Like, you can sometimes get the enemy allies to rally with you if you send a really small group. Like, you send like one knight, one commander, and like you gotta use one really small men-at-arms unit and then a bunch of your levies. You send that to a siege location, and your allies will be like, oh, we can reinforce there, and they'll go there. Because their AI for their army movement is still deplorable. But to take a quick shot down the rabbit hole, it's always going to be very difficult to teach an AI how to have the human factor, because the AI wants to have the mathematical factor. Why are my allies coming? It's a close fight. We might win. Because the Achilles heel is that your allies are controlled by the computer. The enemies are controlled by the computer, and to the computer, it's just math. There is no human factor. It says, oh, they have more, we're not going to engage. And you're like, but mine are better. The computer, if you want the computer to think quickly, it's not thinking in terms of quality and quantity, it's thinking just quantity. But you're right. Overall, there are games that do, like, Civilization. Civilization does part of the grand strategy play loop better than CK3 does. You start as George Washington, you play as George Washington through the entire game. You don't become, Abraham Lincoln at any point. CK3, you have, you start as your character, you might play for a year or 5 years or 10 years or 80 years. That character dies, and you usually know who your heir is going to be. Not always. There are some occasions where there is some shenanigans, but for the most part, you always know who your heir is going to be. But then you're playing a completely different character. I think once human has the problem of it doesn't know what it wants to be, and what it was when it started was an Lovecraftian horror post-apocalyptic survival game, and what they realized is that doesn't sell. You can't sell cosmetics. There's only so many rundown junky shelves and paints and stuff that you can do. Like, if you saw my house when I was just in the kitchen, I have a modern sci-fi kitchen. Doesn't really fit in a post-apocalyptic horror game, but it's what sells. Why do we have fursuits? Because they're what sell. I wish that wasn't the case. Now, in all honesty, Starry Studios and NetEase, they are still stuck on the Asian game syndrome. They still are thinking in terms of Asian gamers, Asian players, Asian whales. Americans, Europeans, they would rather have a respectful, a player respectful, wallet respectful way to buy cosmetics. Person got on yesterday, 2 days ago, and they were returning, and they said, I quit playing this game because I hated the way my character looked, and all the cosmetics are like $32. And I've said it multiple times. You cannot have single cosmetics in a Western game that are over the absolute most, and I'm not even sure this is a good price point, but the absolute most a full body cosmetic should be in the Western market is $14.99 out the door. That includes tax. If you have to eat the tax, you eat the tax. $14.99 is the most a full body cosmetic should cost. Why? Because a player is likely to think of, well, I'm okay giving them $14.99 this month because then it's just like my monthly sub. Then it's no different than a monthly subscription. And that's probably the right answer. To be real, I wouldn't do that. If like I got tasked with, hey, give us what the magic number is, I'd be like, okay, well, I need to see your sales data. I need to see your player data, your retention data. We got data. I love data. I'm a big nerd. I love data. The more you give me, the more you give me, the better the answer I can give. Once Human is a great game, but what they need to do is they need to stop trying to be a profitable game. They need to let the developers finalize the full Nelcott map. They need to let the developers, like, they need to go into a meeting and they need to say, look, we tried doing Prime vs. Clash. We tried doing Evolution's Call. We tried doing Raid Zone. None of these things are working. Why? Because they are all based on a vertical character progression. Well, Raid Zone isn't. Yeah? You're right. Raid Zone isn't. Rust does it better. DayZ does it better. 7 Days to Die does it better. If you can't be better than something, you need to be different than it, so different is good. If you're gonna, in this game, in Once Human, survival mechanics are pointless. Why? Because you give us food. We can get food, we can get water, we can get combat boosts. Then take out the negative penalty. Just make food and drink like every MMO on the market, where when you use it, you get a combat buff. Get rid of the survival mechanic part of it, unless you're going to steer the ship back to survival. You can't do a survival game. Well, you can't do a game that has half-assed survival mechanics. Like, for example, I haven't purified my base in months. The reason why is there is no reason. I can literally not play the game for 3 or 4 months. 2, 3, 4, 5, 652 StarCraft crates. So I could not play the game for 2 months. I could log in on the second to last day of the month, open all my crates, get my 66,000 StarCraft, and fuck right off. That's not good. That's not a good way. Like, I know some people say, well, it's good for the people that can't log in every day. You're right, it is. That is being respectful of player time. But what are you going to do for the players so that they want to log in? Like right now, as much as I hate the Gravity event, and as much as I hate what they did with the mod system, I'm willing to log in every day because I want to have perfect mods. I am willing to do the same content every day for 3.5 months straight because I am a perfectionist. I am a completionist. I want to have the full set. Most players won't do that. Most players, if we're being honest, most players can't do that. Most players don't have the disposable time. Like, streaming for me is disposable time. It's a really nice feeling knowing I can go on my vacations this summer and I don't have to, you know, bring my camera, bring my laptop, be doing TikTok posts, be doing Instagram posts, staying relevant, stopping in the middle of my vacation to do a quick, like, 2-hour show so that I don't lose my subscriber momentum. And I'm not shitting on anybody who does that. They have to do that. That's their job. That's how they pay their rent. That's how they pay their, you know, their bills, their car note. It's how they feed their kids. I'm not shitting on professional content creators. Because somebody's going to say, are you shitting on people? No. I like the fact that this is a hobby, not a profession, not a career. It's the same thing for you. You go to a job all day. You do not want to feel like you have to log into a video game for 3 hours. How could they have done the whale system better in Once Human? They could have done the whale system better, that every day for the server, every day for the region, whatever grouping you want to do. I would say server. Every day there is a count for the total number of whales that are killed. Every day there is a reward for hitting X number of whales killed. The more whales you kill personally, the less personal reward you get. Like right now we kill 12, we can't kill anymore. Well, that's bullshit. What if I'm online? What if I have the whole day off today and I want to, like, I have friends that come on all throughout the day. They need help getting their whales done. But I can't. I mean, I could help them, but let's be honest, if I'm not getting any compensation for helping them, you can't really get a player to do that. Final Fantasy 14. We can't get people to help the new players go through the early content. What are we going to do? Oh, we're going to create the roulette system. Oh, that works. And then you get the older players that can pull the whole dungeon, ruining the experience anyway. And this is where I say a lot of these problems could be solved with some thought process. Like, I think, sorry, some of you developers are going to start to twitch in the left eye right now. There is a reason why agile software development is bad. And it is the same, it's the other side of the coin about why waterfall is bad. Waterfall is, we think of something in 2026 and we basically lay it all out in 2026 and we're not going to launch until 2032. That's not a good system, because you need to be adaptive to new technologies, adaptive to new trends in gaming. So you can't design a game this year and know you're not going to release it for 6 years. That's bad. At the same time, agile software development isn't 100% great either when your customer is gamers, because they're fickle. Agile software development is designed to meet the needs of the customer. What a lot of these companies are doing, in my perception, is they're treating the player as the customer. The player is not the customer. The product is the customer. How do we design this product so that it is the best version of itself that it could be? Then we take that best version, we give it to the marketing and the advertising team, and we tell them to go sell it. Well, the players are saying that this isn't what they want. That's where you needed the waterfall. You needed the conversations of, what is it players want? If Once Human is unprofitable, then they won't be able to save it by spending more dev time on microtransactions. Sure, you might be able to milk the remaining player base for some more dollars, but running your game as an extraction economy is not a great idea if you want it to last. 100%, 1,000,000% accurate. You are supposed to build extraction shooters. You are not supposed to build player wallet extraction games. I will admit, I just dropped $100. I try every free-to-play game I play. I try to put $100 into the game annually, because free-to-play games need income. A monthly subscription for a game across a whole year would be $180. A lot of players will say, free-to-play players will say, well, I deserve a great game. How much have you spent on it? Nothing. Then that you deserve exactly what you've spent. Well, I bring value to the game because I'm a player. True, not going to fight you on that one. But you also bring cost. Like, what people fail to realize is, if you have 20 million characters in a game, that's 20 million characters worth of storage space that the company has to pay for. Storage space ain't free. You've got to buy that. You've got to pay for that. When you have 7 million players connected, you pay to have the server space for 7 million players. If you have 7 million players connected, but only 100,000 of them are giving you money, yeah, download more storage, download more RAM. If only, 100,000 of them are playing, or I'm sorry, are paying, you're not going to get very far in your game, because you're not clearing a profit. Like, one of the things that early on, when that slide deck for Ashes of Creation first got released, and they talked about raising the monthly sub up to $19.99, it was really kind of unpalatable that they were doing that. Why are you raising the price to $19.99? And then we come to find out all this money was misappropriated by Stephen Sharif, John Moore, allegedly misappropriated. I mean, we can kind of see the writing on the wall. Sure, he hasn't been convicted yet, but there's definitely enough evidence to say, dude, I don't think you can explain away all this DoorDash. You can't explain away what the private chef said. Maybe you can. Maybe you have something you're going to try in court. But now that I know the extent to the financial damage Steven did to Intrepid Studios, it makes sense to me that they were like, yeah, we're going to have to, we are going to have to raise the price because we're going to be further in debt. And that kind of sucks. That really sucks for them. We're taught to see the client as the business we're developing for, and we're taught to view the client support team as the class of user, business partners as another class of user, and the client as the end user. We're supposed to develop for all three in order to streamline the process. Yeah. If you're building something for somebody else, they need to be able to run it. Like for us, when we built a piece of software, the support team, the technical team, needed to be able to support the users. The Fuel Lab needed to be able to support the end user, but we had requirements and they had requirements. So that's a really good way to look at it. Like your game development side is building the game, but your ops and sustainment team, they're going to have requirements. If you're going to have a game like Eternal Tombs is doing, and they're having live GM events, then the live GMs are one of the clients. Hey, one of the things we've said we're going to be able to do is live GM events. Development team, we need to have that. And a lot of times people confuse the big D developer with the little d developer. Everybody who works on a video game, in my opinion, is not a developer. Just like everybody in the operating room isn't a surgeon. You're the surgeon support staff. But people like Margaret Crone, they get caught up and they say, yeah, well, we're all busy in the development of... Okay, the development of. Being part of the development of doesn't make you a developer. The janitor doesn't get to put video game development on his resume. The janitor doesn't get to put launched product on his resume. Oh, I was instrumental to helping launch Ashes of Creation. What did you do? Took out the trash? The problem you run into is if you don't have those players, even if they don't pay, then people who might have been interested to pay and play won't invest their time and money into a dead game. Yes, salty bread. 100%. I just saw Asmongold did a rather scathing video about, I think it was maybe Ubisoft, showing all the, or ZeniMax maybe, all the money that they had spent in recent years having all these little sub-studios. And he was looking at the player counts of all these studios, and he said, yeah, this is just a waste of money. You spent how much money to develop a game that only 17,000 people played? The most online players you've had was 17,000. You're absolutely right. I think at the same time, though, people have to understand that in a free-to-play game, if you're not spending money, you are the content. I think the third part of that is going back through all of the bullshit Stephen Sharif said to Jason Karamanis. We're going to launch with 2 million players. Oh, really? You're going to launch with 2 million players? Can you please tell me to which standard you are referencing? Because New World, a buy-to-play only officially sold 4.5 million copies on PC at launch. Your monthly sub game is already directed towards a more niche audience. The monthly sub is a more, despite what Steven says, the monthly sub creates a higher barrier to entry than a buy-to-play. And they didn't launch with 2 million players because we knew how many servers they had. We know how many people could be on each server. They didn't launch with 2 million players. Maybe they had 2 million purchases. Yes, you can ask as many new player questions as you want. Just remember, if you haven't used it, press F3, press X, and then type in Annie066. Give you a little goodie bag. That's why it says questions always welcome. And then friend. If you're below level 10 and you haven't used the friend code yet, you can friend code me. But where Once Human has a little bit of an advantage is they're on mobile. They're going to console. They are spreading the net wide to pick up as many players as they can. But they have got to sit down and remember what makes the game fun. I'm having fun because a lot of the time when I'm not streaming, I'll do a little piece of content and then I'll write a little. And then I'll do a little piece of content and I'll write a little. I'm also fine because like I said, I'm a completionist because there are shinies to acquire. I am perfectly happy attempting to acquire the shinies. Yeah, by extending themselves to all these platforms, they are also increasing both the operational and development costs. Yeah, for those of you that aren't familiar with this, you need to have a mobile export team, a Xbox export team, and a PlayStation export team, because each Xbox and PlayStation have strict requirements for your builds. So it's a skill set. It is definitely a skill set for being able to take a PC game and export it, and you need somebody with that skill set. I'm on Manibus, was phase 3. I got to level 31 with some nice gear. Today I log in, I get pop-up, next phase has begun, join. I said sure, but it starts me at level 2 with nothing. Where's all my gear? So what you did is you joined a new phase instead of hitting no. And well, let me back up a second. It sounds like you may have started on the novice server. The novice servers do not have permanent servers. It sounds like you hit yes and you did your transition to a permanent scenario. Where's all your stuff? It's gone because it's a season-based game. Not all your stuff is gone. The stuff you accumulated in the world is gone. You had already moved to Manibus? Then you hit yes to go to a new scenario instead of going to the permanent server. Because what should have happened is you should have, when your server hits that transition phase, if you go to a new server, you're saying, I want to go to a new server because I want to go experience new things, or you wait and then you roll over to the permanent server. It sounds like you inadvertently signed up for a new scenario and your stuff went poof. Now, luckily, that's not all your stuff. It is the stuff you gather in the world. Your blueprints, your attachments, most of your specialty currencies, In fact, all of your specialty currencies, those are all bound to your account. I don't even think I have the... Yeah, I don't have the transition message. It is an annoyance if you hit that yes and you go to a new scenario. And my heart bleeds for you because that happened to you. That does in fact suck. It is part of the problem where you take where Asian menu syndrome has struck again. It is one of those problems where you take a game that was designed at its core to be a season game, and so yeah, well, that sucks. I said something about server will be unavailable for 1 day. That phase changed, but do you want to play now? And I said yes. So I guess you effed yourself. You effed yourself. That 1 day is where your server is porting over to the permanent server. Now, the good news is you've got some options, and I'll show you so that you get the new player assist. None of this is more important than helping a new player. I'm like the help desk. So when you come in, you want to go to Manibus. You click on I have to do this with a new character. So, more servers. You'll be looking for this tab, the permanent server tab. Then you can just go to a permanent server. Once you're on a server that starts with, I believe they're all the Y designators, your character will never have to go anywhere again. It is... see, and then I screwed myself. Hold on. Unless they merge servers. No, they don't merge the permanent servers. I don't know if I will keep playing as much. Don't have a lot of free time, 2 businesses, many hobbies in real life. I know you know that life too. Just redoing everything seems such a drag, chore, headache. I wish they made that more apparent. Yes, it is something that we have told them repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly. You have got to stop. If you don't want people to stay on their permanent server, because I get that message all the time. If you don't want people to stay on the permanent servers, then stop having permanent servers. They did merge the servers a while back. As they went through their 2 or 3 iterations of finding out, like, they were hemorrhaging players. They were just straight bleeding players. Not only were they merging servers, they were merging worlds. And I'm not going to say I am directly responsible for the change, but I wrote this thing up that said, once I go to the permanent server, I should never, ever, ever be told I have to move off my world. I should never be told that, because if I have to move, when I go back to my base, if I have to move off of my world, then where I'm at isn't permanent. It's temporary, especially like Rail and I used to have really elaborate bases. Like, one of the things I do truly enjoy about the game is the base building. We had really, really elaborate bases, and then the worlds would get merged because, and there's no they're full of shit. I'm sorry. Game developers have to realize now, there's so much common knowledge about game development. Game developers can't bullshit anymore. They're bullshit reasons. Oh well, we're merging the worlds for the player experience because we don't want the players to feel like the world is empty. Dude, you could put every person on a server on the same world, and the world would feel empty. I don't like all the joint content is either in silos where I'm not in the open world, or they're the Prime Wars. Yeah, that's corporate speech. You're absolutely correct. We want to make sure that we maximize the player enjoyment. Great, then listen to the fucking players. If you are legitimately talking about maximizing player enjoyment, then the only person who should have an opinion is the players. Nobody else should be in that discussion. Now, if you want to have a legitimate conversation about the intercept between cost and enjoyment, we can do that too. Hey guys, we made a mistake. Oh really? What was the mistake? We set these servers up. We didn't think it up in advance. And so we're going to have to go back and retool some things. Open honesty with your player base is always going to produce better results than this bullshit nonsense that they do with, well, in order to provide a better experience for you. As a reminder, Rail and I used to live out here in the fucking boondocks. Sometimes there would be some other players like right there. So this whole map used to be Star Shard ore. Well, we didn't want to live next to other players. We deliberately went out there to stay the fuck away from everybody. Right? So don't say you're doing it to maximize the player experience when you don't even know what the players want. Did nobody have a single cannon out here? I don't think I've... Not sure if it's intentional, but you have a big black stripe on the top of the stream. Probably due to... Yeah, it's due to the ultra-wide setting. Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on here? Ugh. Oh, I know why. Because I had to stop the game because it had put me into that shenanigans, and then it grabbed... What the fuck is going on with that? Sometimes you gotta be smarter than what you're working with. Source clone. Oh, you know why? Because it looks like my cloning program is decided that it wants to be annoyed with me. As always, thanks for the info. Just home from an 11-mile run and wanted to play, but my reset and nap on the couch sounds better. Yep. Sometimes, man, I will pass up that feedback. I'll pass up that feedback along the food chain that happened to you. There we go. And now the source clone filters, spec filter, composite blur. Oh. See, this is the problem with technology. All in a day's work, which now, unfortunately, as soon as I finish this show, yeah, the bees are loud. The bees are, yeah, you totally derailed the fucking stream by tapping into my fucking OCD. The bees are loud. That's why the bees are on a different floor. I used to have the greenhouse on the first floor, and then when I alt-tab to do something, the bees are just obnoxious. I finally did this. I finally pulled out all the medals and awards and shit that I've gotten over the years. Anyway. The thing with seasonal games that you need to design the game in such a way the players can reach a point where they feel like they have finished the season. Otherwise, you just get massive burnout. And people will just play until the end of the season, then feel shit about their progress being reset because they never finished what they wanted to do. Yes, that right there is the flaw. Like, remember I said, when you're building a game, it is vitally important that the developers, at the very beginning of the development, they say, this is what our goal is. This is what our design is. This is where we intend. This is where we intend to be. And if you don't do that, what you're going to end up with is you're going to end up in a scenario where you already built all these systems, but now you can't deliver a good experience with these systems. So then you're going to have to start making excuses. Like, for example, Ashes of Creation. I was really, really excited for Ashes of Creation because I thought the node system, right? I thought the node system gave an awful lot of player agency back to the players when I heard about it in 2017. And my mind was off to the races. As time went on, it became highly evident that Intrepid had no idea how to balance that. Like, I've had the honor and the privilege to be friends with William Brinkman. He is one of the White Wolf authors of a lot of the mage stuff. The problem, he used to be a great person to talk with. His big concern always was, according to the tabletop game, mages are more powerful in some vertical silos than Kindred, than Guru. The problem became, for LARP, for their international live action World of the World of Darkness was a huge LARP organization. He said the problem is, how do I build a game? How do I build the LARP rules when we know the flaw is the player factor? And the player factor being the cheese monkey factor, where people aren't going to build a good role play character, they're going to build a good role play character. And that's because people, not everybody, so I'm not insulting you personally, but overall, gamers have a habit of being min-maxing cheese monkeys. What do you do with that? Well, right now, for the better part of a year, my build has been better than Rail's build. When we first started, he played Boom Boom. He did damage out obscene amount of damage. And then as they balanced stuff, their idea of balance was to nerf the shit out of everything. That's not balance. You do what Grinding Gear Games does. You allow it, but you make it a grind to get. Sure. Keeping players constantly engaged is not necessarily a good thing. If the game instead allows the player to be done with the current content and those players had fun, then players are way more likely to return for the next big content drops because they had a break from the game, and having hyped players is the most best marketing because they go around and spread the news everywhere. Yes, that is the Yoshi P philosophy. That is absolutely the Yoshi P philosophy, and you are dead on. That is the way to do it. Absolutely dead on. You have reached the end of the content that we have ready for you for now. Go and enjoy something else. And just don't forget to come back. That is amazing marketing, especially in a free-to-play game. You are absolutely right. One of the games that I saw that did this incredibly well was Revelation Online. And what Revelation Online did was, if you didn't log in today, you didn't fall behind. Because tomorrow, all of your dailies give you 200%. And if you don't log in tomorrow either, then on Monday, all of your dailies will give you 300%. Now, that was it. You had to log in every third day. Well, that was really great because my static involved had two college kids in it. So we ran our content on a schedule. But now, Salty Bread, the other side of that, which I'm sure you acknowledge, is there needs to be content that I can do in a game every single day that doesn't give me vertical power. There needs to be content that I can do every single day that gives me horizontal power. Gives me, for example, cosmetics. Because if I don't have a reason to log into the game every single day, then what's going to happen is I'm going to log in somewhere else. Like, Rail makes the joke. Rail will be the first person to make the joke. He knows that I'm not getting into Once Human today if when he logs in to Discord, he sees me in CK3. Every minute I'm in CK3 is a minute I'm not in Once Human, and it means that's a minute I'm not thinking about maybe spending money. You know, it's a minute that they can't sell me on anything because I'm simply just not there. If they had, and where I will show, they kind of had a decent idea. Where is that menu? So they created the Radiant system. And the Radiant system is based on how many cosmetic points you have. And then inside of the Radiance shop, you can buy more cosmetics that give you more Radiance. Little weird fucking thing, but they set it up where the more cosmetics you get, the higher your bougie brag rating is. Well, the problem becomes you didn't really give people a means to acquire very many cosmetics in game. I think a key clutch part of the game is that, yeah, it's not easy to get the balance right. I know this goes against the marketing department, the bean counter's opinion, but one of the best things that you can do for your game is figure out which cosmetics never sold well. So we scroll down. They have a... Where's the bargain bin? So, like, these things are all shit that I got for free. So you get this... You look at this cosmetic, right? Or maybe this cosmetic. This one's not too bad. So you look at this one, and this one is never really sold. You designed it, you modeled it, it fell flat on the cash shop. Okay? Put it in the damn shop. I'm sorry. Put it in the game to be acquired through play. Because guess what? If this cosmetic is 2 years old at this point, and it sold 8,000 copies, you didn't really maximize your return on investment. So, let's take that and let's repurpose it. And they kind of did that here, and I'll show you where they kind of. So, and this is where Salty Bread said you got to get the balance right. Here's where the problem becomes. You have these things called Abyssal Essence. They're annoying as shit to get. I need a total of 98 to finish out. I have 13. So I have to get 85 more of them. That's going to take a while. What they did is they took some of their old patio furniture and they put it into a box of 20 Abyssal Essence. Now these are $30, $50 cosmetic packs. They also have a couple of individual cosmetics. I feel like I should break into YMCA right there. But what they did, this one's actually really cool. Rail rocks this one. What they did was they made that an in-game event obtainable. That's smart. Now, yes, if something isn't selling, you don't keep it on the shelf. You run a final sale and take it off the shelf because, as we talked about the other day, a good salesperson gives you one, they give you two, and then if you want three, they say, which one of these should I put back? You only ever want a customer debating between two items. You never want them debating between 6 on the table because that's where regret gets baked in. I'm actually excited for the next League of Path of Exile after I saw their season release. That kind of comes down to individual player goals, though. Some players are loot goblin collectors, if others don't care about the power horizontal stuff. You're right. There are some players that don't care about the horizontal power. That tells you an awful lot about the player and their commitment to your game. If you have a player that isn't committed to the horizontal, like the feel-good collection stuff, you really need to dig into that player then to figure out, do I really want this player? Is this a player that I'm really looking to retain? If the answer is no, fucking get rid of them. Don't worry about them. The problem everybody has is, like right now, I see this a lot with the Disney Corporation. Disney is so concerned about the future of their parks. They're looking at Orlando. I'm sorry, they're looking at Universal Studios Orlando, and a lot of the decisions they're making are decisions that make Disney World look more like Universal Studios. Well, why are you trying to look like the other guy? Don't try to look like the other guy. You have a reputation for being X, Y, and Z. Then be X, Y, and Z. Don't try to be the other guy, because now you've created two competitors for the other guy. Disney is great for the people that like slower, low-paced, low-threat rides. There, obviously, Disney, there's a niche market for that. You don't need to take guests away from the other guy, because then the other guy's going to try to figure out how to take guests back from you. A MOBA is a MOBA. A grand strategy game is a grand strategy game. Stop. Let's have people stop trying to be both. Do one thing very well. It's like Chinese buffet. Why do Chinese buffets have American kid food on the buffet? To get the parents in, or to get so they can get the parents. They care about the parent. They don't like cheese pizza, fucking cardboard cheese pizza slices, and the other shit that they do. That costs them almost nothing. That costs them nothing. Without it, they don't get the parents in. If you don't have something for my kids, I'm not going to eat there. My wife and I love sushi. In the summer months, our sushi consumption goes really low. Why? Because our daughters don't like sushi. So there's no reason for us to go there. Now, the sushi place that we do frequent, they have teriyaki beef. And until our daughter got too old to eat off of the kids' menu, teriyaki beef it is. Now she's too old to eat off of the kids' menu. Well, now we don't go at all. Having a couple of things for kids on your menu, as long as those things aren't, they need to be minimal profit, not a loss. Because you don't want to bring people in if you're getting them in the door item is costing you money. I love the idea of free-to-play games. But free-to-play games need to think about how are we going to maximize returns. For example, when somebody says, well, free-to-play players don't cost them that much. You're right. It's not a big cost. But every penny of cost is profit they don't make. What you're actually asking them to do without asking them is you're saying, are you okay with losing money on me? And I 100%. ArcAge, great example of this. As soon as ArcAge did their buy-to-play server, the numbers on the buy-to-play server were low. So low, in fact, that when they did the expansion, they had to charge people a second expansion price because they said they weren't going to do that. They took the pay-to-win out. The problem with taking the pay-to-win out was the entire game was designed with vertical progression tied to the cash shop. You were, in fact, the Chinese restaurant. You built a Chinese restaurant, and then you tried to stop being a Chinese restaurant, and then you wondered where your profit went. You said, oh, this stuff sells really well. Let's add more of that to the buffet. Pretty soon you weren't a Chinese restaurant anymore. You were a Cici's Pizza. But you weren't doing pizza better than Cici's. Ashes of Creation. I think Ashes of Creation could be successful. I think a game using Ashes of Creation's ideas would probably be more successful, but I think Ashes of Creation could be successful. It would just require a big ask on the part of the community. Hey guys, this is Jalan, and I'm the fucking dude that's so fortunate to have been tasked by Rob Dawson to creative director this shit to the finish line. The first thing I'm going to tell you is that the node system is being stripped down to its barest form. The node system is being stripped down to one election method, first and foremost, and one architecture method, first and foremost. What I want to tell you is, due to the financial irresponsibility of the predecessors, I have about 1/10 of the budget necessary to build Ashes. So the node system, we're taking all these other things, we're putting them we're putting them in the parking lot. The only piece of iteration on the node system we're going to do is 1, make it work, 2, make it work in a bare bones vanilla template. But I want you to rest assured, while we're doing that, we're building the foundation and the framing to be able to put in all the other systems at a later date if the revenue becomes available. What have I just done there? I've been a responsible project manager, and I've placed a splinter in their mind that if the bare bones is good, they're likely to say, well, what happened to those systems? I have them, I just don't have the money to implement them. So when people start playing, they're going to be like, oh, this is pretty solid. I wonder what it's going to look like when the other systems get added in. Oh, if they're wondering, they're sticking around. You got them on the hook. You don't reel in too fast. You reel in nice and slow. The combat system, same way. Guys, unfortunately, due to the financial decisions of the predecessor, I'm going to have to take the archetype system and the combat system, and I'm going to have to divide it into 3 vertical silos. I have to take us from level 1 or from level 0 to level 50. I don't have the money necessary to do that and develop all the art, all the animations for all the abilities, and create the class system and create the augment system. So I don't want to release something crappy and then fix it. So what we're going to do is we're going to strip out the class system, we're going to strip out the augment system that's going in the parking lot. I'm going to give you the base core system. If we become profitable, a future free DLC will be a class update. Again, you got people on the hook. These games try to be too complete without actually knowing what direction we're going. And then when they wait until beta to put it in the hands of anybody outside of their office. And then, like Chrono Odyssey, they have been in redevelopment for over a year now. They were supposed to have launched at the end of last year. They went into beta a little bit earlier than this, and after the feedback, they were like, "Nope, we're not even doing a fix to come back in 8 weeks with a patch." They're like, "We're going back to square one, and we're going to touch all the pieces again." The order of the name Ashes of Creation was all wrong. It should have been Creation of Ashes. It's interesting how most MMOs that tried to be perfect at the start died out, while games that built a simple game and added layers on top over time has outlived the others. Yeah. Okay, those are my shoes. Please stop. It's kind of like this. Everybody is so in love with the idea of Star Citizen. Unless Star Citizen makes you lose 40 pounds, grow 6 inches, or make your endowment features bigger, rounder, sharper, more defined, unless this game makes you beautiful, there is no game that can release that will live up to the hype of Star Citizen. Because the very first thing is going to be, is this what $1 billion buys you? I'm not saying you can't enjoy Star Citizen. I'm saying that if you're going to defend Star Citizen, make sure you're actually defending the game and not your decision making. Remember, a lot of times when people are defending a piss poor game, it's because psychologically you do not want to be wrong. You made a decision. You have buyer's remorse. Privately, you shit talk the game all the time. But when anybody else publicly shit talks the game, you adamantly defend it. Yeah, that's a problem. If you're defending it, yeah, sunk cost fallacy. For me, it was hard too. I kept giving Ashes of Creation more and more slack, more and more leeway. And then finally one day I said, you know what? The money's gone. I'm just going to acknowledge the money's gone. How do I positively frame it in my mind? And I said, oh, well, if I positively frame it this way, it'll be okay. Yeah, Ashes of Creation failed, and that sucks. I'm $2,000 into it between the two accounts. That sucks. But that $2,000 turned into a $33,000 return, which I was able to put into PGN Music, which now is generating more and more money. Oh, well, that's a positive way to look at it. Sunk cost fallacy. People are always going to defend it. Yeah, you went there before I did. And part of the reason I didn't get overly critical of Intrepid. First of all, I needed a reason. When we found the investor, when we found the liens, that was the piece I needed. But yeah, the alpha key bullshit was, though, right off the bat, I said that looks scummy as fuck. Right. I can justify a $500 founders pack. I genuinely can. I would never do it, but I can justify it. A $500 alpha pack is going to give you, hopefully, access to a more serious and dedicated tester. As opposed to something along the lines of where you let people in for $50 and now like $500 gives you a group of people that will give you good, hard, honest, pointed feedback, and it gives you the money to do the ops piece of the testing and, you know, money for the development side of the testing. Remember, when they said that they had 10,000 Alpha 1 testers, they incurred server cost. As we said earlier about other things, they incurred cost. If you have a $50 price point, you're gonna let more people in. And what drives me fucking batshit about gamers is gamers will say shit like, well, if they got 100,000 testers at 50,000 at 100,000 testers at $50 a piece, then that would give them the money they need to develop. I'd say no, that would give them the money they need to pay for the ops and sustainment. Because you cost them more than $50 by the time it's all said and done. Servers, connections, the fact that they had to onboard a bunch of CS people and GMs and things of that nature, because now you're treating it to the numbers like it's a finished product. I don't know, I feel that runs into bad logic, that higher price means better quality. No, it's not bad logic. And I didn't say better quality of results, a better quality of tester. Number one, people that have put in $500. And multiple times in Ashes of Creation, you had people being murder hobos because the corruption system wasn't in yet. Well, when they turned around and they said, if you run, like they made an announcement, if you run around killing people, we're just going to remove you from this phase of testing. You are more inclined to listen when the penalty is $500 than when the penalty is $50. I'm not saying that you're going to get ultimately better results, but you have a stronger choker on the dog. You're like, hey man, if you fuck about, we're going to remove you from this round of testing. You won't be invited back to testing until Alpha 2. Well, you did test. Your behavior shows that you're not responsible enough to test, so either test responsibly or thanks for the money. And again, the $500 point isn't, I'm not justifying all of it just on the quality of the tester you're going to get. It gives you the money to pay for the CS staff, to do password resets. It gives you the money necessary to buy the storage, the servers, to have people on around the clock. Because remember, the last thing people are going to want to hear is that they need a password reset and they can't get their password reset until 10 o'clock because you don't have a night shift. That's just not going to fly, even though it should. That should absolutely fly. That should literally, hey guys, during testing, if there's a problem, there's not going to be anybody here at night. Personally, I'm not about to pay to do what I used to get paid for doing. I'd be okay with a version where if I did enough QA testing time, I would get some portion of it back. Of course, paying minimum cost for operations, I'm okay with. Yeah, that's the other issue. We're no longer game companies need to stop with the bullshit that what they're doing is making the game available for us to test it. They're not making the game available for us to test it. They're making the game available for early previews to build hype to sell more copies. Because as anybody who's in software development will tell you, you need time between iterations, which is the one thing Steven was just a fucking joke about. I did that one video where I talked about you got to have your 12 Ps, your plans, your pipelines, your procedures, your policies. If your policy is nothing goes live until it's been QA'd internally, then know the fuck you didn't find a bug on Monday, fix it on Monday, and release the patch on Tuesday. No, the fuck you didn't. No, you did not. Because that's problem solving by fire sprinkler. What that is you say, okay, but especially when Steven, and again, one of the big things about him was he likes the bullshit, and then he doesn't like when his answers come back to haunt him. You talked about how it can take as much as 8 hours for you guys to cook a build. Sure. Okay. But if that's the case, then can you explain to me how, why, and where you identified something at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it takes 8 hours to cook a build, and you're launching a patch at 4 o'clock in the morning? Because once again, Steven, your shit don't add up. Frankly, it didn't sound like they had a plan. The developers had a plan, but then Steve would change priorities and have them work on slices. Right, and that's why one of the most critical things I said from the get-go is you can't have the creative director be the CEO. Because the creative director is handled by the CEO. The creative director gets told no. You gotta have a no man somewhere between the money and the decisions. Normally the money, the CEO, the decision, the creative director brings, or the executive producer, whichever job title you're using, goes to the approval person and says, I'd like to do this because I need money. And then the money guy says, nah, I'm not gonna let you have money. You didn't sell me. I don't concur. You can't build a game if you spend 2 years doing all vertical slices. Which, for example, Starry Studios, they're doing a new scenario is coming out end of August. Give or take. I'm sorry. Yeah, end of August. And then the new Visional Wheel comes out the end of September. Sounds good. Except, I really hope you're not trying to put out a new scenario and launch your console at the same time. I really hope you're not. Because if you want people to play Manibus Novice, you can't... I love most of you. If you said, Jay, I'm finally going to play... I'm finally going to play Once Human when it comes on console, I'll say, okay. And you'll be like, you going to join me on the Manibus Novice server? If they weren't releasing the new content, yeah, sure, I'll roll an alt there. I'll hang out with you. Because I can still then log in every day, about hour and a half on my main, and then I can spend the rest of the time with you, helping you get started in the hopes that you stick with the game and you join me on a permanent server. Because then if you decide you really like the game, I'll say, hey, at the end of the season, transfer your character to Y0004, and I'll put you in my hive. And you just come there, and at level 1, like, one of the decisions they made was that a level 1 character can make tier 5 gear. That's fucking dumb. That's as bad as it used to be in City of Heroes when you would sidekick to somebody. You're level like 2 and your buddy sidekicks you and brings you along on content you have no business looking at. Feedback can be useful, but it's not about the feedback. It's about generating the largest amount of data possible so they can... Yeah, paid early access might be considered a capital raise considering how most players don't provide feedback. Right. The problem is, if you're testing certain things, you need just an awful lot of warm bodies. For example, when I was testing, when I wasn't happy with the way the layout of a building was, and I kept trying to visualize it, they had all the people that outranked me said, it'll be fine because they all have one foot square to stand in, and they'll only be there for a minute. And I was trying to explain to them that a deploying airman takes up a hell of a lot more room than one 12-inch by 12-inch tile. Now, if you've been to basic training, you know you don't take up more than a 1 foot by 1 foot tile. Both your feet fit into a 12 by 12 tile. But when you're deploying, you have a giant ass backpack on, and you have 2 to 5 more bags of gear. So one day, I just got tired of trying to explain it to people, and I said, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk to my boss, and we're gonna get a bus. We're gonna bring 60 people here. We're gonna bring 60 people here and try to stand them in that hallway. And when we stood them in the hallway without their deployment bags, I had 8 people out of the door. 8 people were outside the door. And I said, see, in the inclement weather, we're gonna have people standing outside. Well, the first response is, instead of moving a wall, we'll just put up an awning. Okay. Said now, I had the first 12 airmen pick up a deployment bag and put it on their backs. That pushed more people out the door. And finally, the 06s were looking at it and they're like, oh, yeah, motherfucker, because you're an 06. You haven't deployed on a bag drag deployment line in probably 2 ranks. You're a flyer. Of course you don't understand what the deployment line looks like, because you get hand walked through the deployment line so you can go in a crew rest. Yeah, just make the awning bigger. Well, that's sometimes where you have to say to testers, look, there's not a lot of content here, but what we need is the data for how the servers are behaving with you on it. Yeah, our bag is 4 foot tall, I think. And then we have A bag, B bag, C bag, secondary, personal bag. You guys have very, I know the Navy has very, 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 very specific rules. You guys bring more stuff. I think we bring 7 t-shirts, 7 pairs of socks, 7 pairs of underwear, 3 to 4 uniforms, is, I think, if I remember correctly, everything we took. You guys have more. Because you, like, I respect the Navy because they've got their drawer, because every drawer, they've got to get all their shit into this one drawer. But it's kind of like the same process of trying to explain it to gamers. They're like, I don't understand why there's not more content to do. You guys said you were further along in development. We are further along in development, but we're not giving you that content to do right now. What we want is we want you all to be in this zone because we're testing X, Y, and Z. When we're past that, and see, unfortunately, where we know Ashes of Creation went sideways and where Steven went sideways was he couldn't build the game according to industry best practice because he needed to build the game to keep the marketing machine going. Once Human is about to make the same mistake. Once Human rolled out a brand new content creator program thing, and then they're like, here's your YouTube campaign. So I went to sign up for the YouTube campaign and it's all shorts only. But guys, what the fuck are you doing? Shorts are marketing. Shorts are not advertising. Content creators. Shorts are a great way to get people to look at your long-form content. Well, I'm not a long-form creator. Okay, well then you're a hype creator, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I am not trying to say there's a single thing wrong with you being a hype creator, because there's not. But there is a huge difference between a hype creator and a foundational creator. I make 20-minute videos so that by the time you're done, you understand every single part of a system. I don't know how many times I have to try to explain the pity system in-game to people. Yeah, shorts get a lot of nothing views. And yet there are a bunch of creators, help other creators that say, you need to be making short-form content. No, you need to be making short-form content out of your long-form content. Making short-form content as a long-form content creator, it means you're now a dual-form content creator. I should never be making shorts for the sake of making shorts. My shorts should come out of my longer content. Period. Dot. People are like, oh, if you make shorts, you'll get more people to come to your stream. No, you won't. You might get more people to come to your stream. Doesn't mean you will. It's not an automatic. Not everybody who watches a YouTube short or a TikTok clicks on the link attached to it. If all you want to do is make shorts, go to TikTok. Kind of. If all you want to do is make shorts, then go to TikTok, Instagram Reels, and YouTube Shorts. Make one piece of content, load it 3 places. Period. Dot. Period. Dot. That's it. You can make a piece of short form content in less than an hour. So you can make 3 or 4 in a day. Spend a month hustling. End of the month, you've got 4 months of content ready to roll out. As long as none of it is specific and timely, a specific thing, like the World Cup. Yeah, you can't make a bunch of World Cup shit and then put it out one a day. They actually say the short form content sweet spot is to put 3 pieces of content out a day. You can even break one piece of content up into like 3 parts. Finding a good niche is really hard. Finding a good niche is very hard. Finding a good niche is very, very difficult. Not gonna lie to you. Also, when it comes to being an influencer or a content creator, a huge part of it is better to be lucky than good. With less competition is even harder. You're right. You are absolutely right. My daughter is not a professional content creator in the slightest. My daughter makes TikToks, and she's a stay-at-home mom, makes TikToks, and gets free products sent to her. The amount of free shit she gets sent to her is unreal. Truthfully, she does it so that she's not bored. She's not trying to get rich or die trying. She just wants something to do. It helps that she gets paid. It helps that she gets free products. But Not everybody is in it to win it. So many marketing departments of video game companies don't understand that you need to leverage what you're buying, right? And it's kind of like this. "10 years earlier, we couldn't even think if this was a real carrier." I don't know what you mean. I don't know which direction you're going. You lost me. It took Casso nearly 3 years of doing TikToks to finally get a following to his stream, and took another year after that. Oh, a career. Typo. Because he's talking about a carrier. You're right. It takes a very long time of making TikToks to get a following on your stream. You might get a 3%. You might get 3%. You might get a 3% return on investment, or a 3% return. 100 people see your TikTok. 3 might go to your stream. And then you have to get 100 people to go to your stream to get 1 to stay. That's why I tell people out the box, you cannot decide I'm going to be a... Yeah, it's less than 3%. Yeah, and of those 3, you get 100, you show your TikTok to 100 people, 3 might come to your stream. So you have to do that 33 times. So you have to get 3,300 people to see your TikTok, to get 100 to come to your stream. Of the 100 that come to your stream, 3 maybe will stay. Of the 3 that stay, maybe 1 will sub. Maybe. What you have is just an unreal threshold to get over. It's why I've seen too many people leave a job that was paying decent money to try to be a content creator full time, and then they realized that they weren't making it full time, and now they got to go back to get a job. This isn't your job until you're paying the bills with it, and you're not trying to pay the bills with it on its own until you have 6 to 9 months of bill money saved, so that you can weather the ups and the downs. For example, you're currently averaging 2,000 subs a month. You're averaging 2,000 subs a month. That's great. That's money. That's bank. But you can only live on 650. You can only live on 650 of those subs. Because 600 of those subs need to go to cover taxes and expenses. And 600 of those subs, and I'm not joking when I say this, 600 of that sub money needs to go into your retirement account. You need to remember, if you're saying, I'm going to be a professional streamer for the rest of my life, well then, you need to have money for when you're in your 60s. I need to take $1,800 and put it in a savings account for when I'm 69 and 11 months. I plan on living to 70. So I need to take that when I'm 69 and 11 months. This is that $1,800. The platform takes a cut. Right, that's why I'm saying the 2,000 number. Because that's after the platform has taken the cut. But then remember, if you take all of the money out of your stream, after 70, if you're, let's say you're 22, let's say you're 25. If you're 25 and you're saving responsibly, at some point, you don't have to walk all the way from 70 to your current age. At some point, you're gonna look at that and be like, oh shit, I have 1.2 million in the bank. and I'm not going to touch that until retirement. Yeah, that's gonna continue to grow in compound interest. I'll be fine. I think a good FIRE multiple is 500 times of monthly expenses. You're gonna have to work with me here. That's not a reasonable. I have no idea what direction you're going. But no, people treat streaming, they see streaming as an easy job. It's a fun job. You should have 500 times your monthly expenses to retire. Yeah, that doesn't work. If you're 22, you need a hell of a lot more than 41 years of money, because 22, 62, 63, what are you doing for the other 7 years? How are you eating in those other 7 years? You gotta, that's why I said, like, you don't have to be smarter than the process. At some point, you simply say, this is how much I have. This is what my monthly expenses are gonna be. I've walked back from 70 to my current age. 41 years compounded should cover it, but now, well, we're saying then, are we compounding, but are we also compounding cost of living expenses? Because a lot of people only compound cost of living expenses at 3%. I do 8. 1/3 of your money should go to taking care of yourself when you're no longer able to work. And that's what makes some streamers upset, because they're like, I made $3,000 this month. Yeah. Having a good passive source of interest. I hate when people say rent is a passive source of income. Rent is not a passive form of income. Anybody that says rent is a passive form of income has never owned property. Because being a landlord is not about the money you make on the rent. I'm sorry that people got such bad advice. I wasn't a landlord because I was living off the rent. I was a landlord so that I could get somebody else to pay for the asset. My money was when my return was when I sold the assets. Because at the end of the day, having renters is ass pain. Because they have a problem, they call you legally, you have X amount of time to resolve it, or you start paying out of pocket. Plus, as a landlord, I see so many people when they're at their little renters seminars, and the seminar people are just, let me say this: if you pay $750 to go to a seminar, you just fulfilled somebody else's get-rich scheme. I used to go to some seminars if they were free. Yeah, you are their revenue stream. I went to a seminar on rental properties. I went because I knew the company that was sponsoring the presenter, and they gave me a free entry into their seminar. At the end of the day, I left, and the person who had said, "Hey, what'd you think about the seminar?" I said, "It was total dog shit." And they were kind of offended. They're like, "What do you mean?" I said every one of his examples kept saying, "Take your rent and times it by 12." And they're like, "Yeah, no, you don't ever take the rent times it by 12. You take the rent and times it by 10 or 9 if you're using a property manager." And when they were like, "Well, why 10? Because I have to assume if I'm signing 1-year leases, the assumption has to be at the end of every 1-year lease, they're going to move. Which means I have to get the unit cleaned, get the unit flipped, get the unit upgraded, and then I have to advertise and lease and fill the unit. I have to consider that I will be out of the unit for 60 days. That's why I've heard a lot of bullshit, these bullshit seminars. You should never ever give people a 2 years lease or a 3-year lease, because then they're paying less for the unit than market value would allow you to get. Yeah, but now I don't have to fucking flip the unit twice. Yeah, sure, I lose $100 in rent over the months, but I don't lose 6 months of rent. It means for example, I put a person into a unit because, you know, the person came along and they asked if we had any units available. I said, I'm going to have one coming available. And they're like, well, I'm really desperate. I said, okay, if you're really desperate, here's the thing. That unit is due for upgrade. If I upgrade it, the rent's going to go up. What I'll do for you is you take the unit as it is with no upgrades. The appliances work. They're just old. They're just not bougie. They're just not like, you know, good looking. You take the unit as is. On a 3-year lease, you can have it as soon as possible. As soon as I can get my cleaners in and out of there, you can have it. They're like, yeah, I'll take it. Well, shit, man, that allowed me to punt the upgrade for 3 years or 2 years. Start at 3, sometimes they'll agree to 2. But I've heard they're like, you should upgrade your units so that you can get top market dollar. And I've said to these presenters, I was like, have you actually done the fucking math? Have you done the math? Because I don't think you've done the math. I don't think the math is mathing. But I would a long-term, good, stable resident for 100 less than trying to find a new tenant every year for an extra 1,200 a year. Right. Because then, sure, I could get 1,000 for this unit instead of 900. But in the 2 months that it's vacant, I lose $2,000. And you're like, no, you only lost $1,800. Nah, because according to you, the unit's worth $1,000. So my loss has to reflect what I would get if I filled it, not what I would got if I kept somebody in there, because you've decided to say what the unit is worth. Shit, man. If I have a unit some of my units were $550. They were nice, they were neat, they were clean. They weren't bougie. You know, the old people, when I renovated the whole building, then we, one by one, what we did was, one by one, flipped the units and then moved the old people into the new units and then flipped the old people's units. Now, some of the old people were really distraught because they didn't want new apartment numbers. So what we did was we flipped the apartment numbers too. So as I move you out of unit, I move the person in unit 1 into what was unit 24. Oh, gravity went away. So as I take the person out of 1 into 24, we switch 24 to 1. And then when we flip that other unit, we make that unit the new 24. The building just flips-flops. That way all the old people kept the same mailing address. But people are always like, you can make a lot of money as a landlord. Yes, you can make a fuck ton of money as a landlord. You can make a fuck ton of money. And it's a great passive income stream. No. Passive income stream is, I invested in your business and you pay me a fee every month. For example, TGN Music, every album that's already done is a passive income stream. I never have to touch those albums again. Those albums are out there, they're on like 18 platforms, they make money. DistroKid sends me a check every year. Or every month, or whenever I request it. They send me a check. That's passive. But when I start to put out new albums, I promise you that is a very active process. And so some of these streamers, what would you think of a fund that has a monthly dividend rate of 0.67 to 7.3 consistently for a 3-year history with a 1% asset management fee? 0.67% monthly. And 8%, yeah, 8%, I'd fucking take that. 8% annually with a 0.1% assessment fee? Yeah, fuck yeah, I'd take that. The term passive income has to be one of the most abused and misused terms in finance. It is. It really is. I think we're some of the she knows that I talk about her, and she's okay. She's a member of our community, but she's never admitted that this is how she makes her money. One of the members of our community is an OnlyFans girl. I have no problem with her being an OnlyFan. I have no problem with an OnlyFans girl. I think, like everybody else, they're filling a need in society. Going on 3.5 years now. 4 years now. She talked to me 3.5 years ago, and she talked about money. She said, you talk about money on your show, and I'll be the first to admit I don't understand money. I said, you don't understand money. What don't you understand? She's like, I make 7 figures a month. I said, oh, okay, that's quite a bit of money. She's like, I make 7 figures a month, but I have nothing left at the end of the month. And I said, the fuck? And so carved out time with her. She was making between 118 and 192,000 a month. And I said, okay, you should, if you've been doing this for a year, you should have $500,000 invested at this point into things that are going to take care of you for the rest of your life. Well, come to find out, talking to her, she had a pack of like six girls that hung out with her. And so she would fly somewhere like, she would fly to Vegas. And she'd fly to Vegas private, do photos on the plane. She'd bring her photographer and her girls with her, do photos on the plane, maybe do a scene on the plane, get to Vegas, do some photo shoots, do some OnlyFans content, and so on and so forth. And she said, yeah, it's okay because the content pays for the private jet. But you don't have anything in the bank. I said, so what we're going to do is we're going to, first of all, do you rent an apartment or do you own a house? She's like, I rent an apartment. Good. The very first fucking thing we're going to do is get you the fuck out of the apartment. If you don't want a house, we're going to get you a condo. What do you want to do? She didn't want a house. She didn't want a single family home. She wanted a condo. So we bought her a condo. We didn't do shit. She did. So she bought the condo. And she said, this is so much nicer. Yeah. He's like, I own this. Yeah. She ended up getting rid of the groupies, which immediately cut her money down immensely. She says, I don't want to know what I want to do with my life. I said, what you want to do is go to college while you're young, so that you have a degree, so that you can do something with it later. If nothing else, you'll be taken more seriously because you have a degree in something. Well, over the 3.5 years, she has started her own business. She still does OnlyFans because she says, I'd be stupid to cut this off. But she said, like, the 1 month she messaged me and she's like, I'm so thankful that I talked to you all those years ago because this month I only made 81,000. And I was like, oh, fucking poor you, only 81,000. And she said, no, you don't understand. If I only made 81,000 the way I was spending money before, I would have been I would have been screwed because I didn't have a way to leverage more money. Now she owns like 5 rental properties, and that's passive income for her because she has a property management company. They manage all the properties. So they get to make money with her properties and send her a check, which is the way you want to do that. That is exactly how you want to do that. That's passive income. I don't do shit with this. I get paid no less than 8 months of rent out of the year. What the management company does, they owe me out of pocket. If they run into a problem, they run into a squatter, they run into whatever, the management company owes her the money for the unit. That's the fucking way you do that. That's a smart play. But, you know, gas stations are good, laundromats are good. But a difference between a passive income source and an active income source is the size of it. You own a laundromat. You have to go there every other day. You have to have somebody that goes there every day. You have to go there every other day. How much is the cut for management companies? Usually a 12th. Usually a property management company takes 1/12 of, they take 1 month's rent. Normally. Now, some management companies take 2 months rent. Because what they do is they do all the maintenance. Yeah, a month is okay, so you don't have the headache. Yes, absolutely. Some rental companies take 2 months because then they handle all the maintenance as well. So you never do dick. Because let me tell you, it's not very passive when your property management company calls you and says, yeah, we sent the handyman over and you've got a water leak between your house and the sewer. You've got to find a plumber. And I'm like, well, that's what the fuck I pay you for. They're like, nope, we only manage the rental and the flipping of the units. That's, this is on you. Well, fuck that. I don't want to get involved now all of a sudden having to get in the car, drive 5 hours north, go up to Chicago, deal with that shit. I'm just like, okay. So property management company, they take 2 months rent out of the year. But they send me a bill. They're like, hey, this repair was $5,600. Okay. Is it something I can file on my insurance? If the answer is yes, they haven't called me. What's the average annual vacancy? Like 2 months? Annual vacancy is 2 months. Then you need to have enough on 8 months to cover for the mortgage. Right. And now you're getting into the problem where people say buying properties is passive income, because you're absolutely right. You're only getting 8 out of the 12 months. So you're going out of pocket for 4 months of the year, which is why you want 12-month renters. And this bullshit that people are doing now with, what we're going to do is we're going to put you on a month-to-month. No, I'm never, if I had to rent, I'm never signing a month-to-month, because that means you can raise my price at the top of every month. No, I'm not good with that either. I understand there's costs, because I was a landlord, so I understand there's costs associated with running a business. But I also understand that I'm buying your equity. So if you're out of pocket 4 months at $1,500 a month, you need $750 a month extra on every single month in order to pay it. Not necessarily. What you need is in the aggregate of all of your properties. Because remember, well, let me take a quick break and then I'll explain. So the big thing that people, you can't even rent the property for under $22.50 a month. That's because where a lot of people get themselves cut up. In fact, I'm going to come over here and draw real quick. Where a lot of people get themselves hemmed up is because they've listened to really shitty starting advice. So here's your house. This is yours. This is the one that you're going to live in. This has to be paid off. This has to be paid. And some people are going to say, well, if you do it this way, then blah, 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 you won't make as much money. Right. You're right. I'm telling you, you won't make as much money. But you will have a much safer revenue stream, right? So you get this paid off. Because now, let's say your mortgage, just for the sake of argument, was $1,500 a month. Your mortgage was $1,500 a month. Now you got that paid off. Now you go get a loan. And you get a loan for a second property. Now, generally, you have to get a loan for a primary residence, and then you start renting your first property, or you do a reverse mortgage on your existing property. There's lots of ways to do it. But either way, you only have one mortgage payment. That's the punchline of the joke. However you choose to finance it, you only can have one mortgage payment. Well, rent here is $1,200 a month. But you're also going to tack on your $1,500 a month from your mortgage. So you're paying $2,700 a month on the house. You're beating the dog shit out of the interest. You're getting ahead of it. If everything goes right, you should have the house paid off in 4.5 years. If you're charging 1% of the 1% of the property value as rent, and you're making an equal, if not larger than, rent payment. Well, once you get this cleared off, where I see so many people make the mistake, is they go and they get two properties. Because what they say is, I'm going to take my mortgage and the rent from this one and put it on top of that. And then I'm going to take the rent from this one and the rent from this one and put it on top of that. You were almost there. You almost had it. What you should have done is not gotten this fourth property. That way, your mortgage goes on top of this one. The rent from the first unit goes on top of that one. The rent from the second one goes on top of that one. And now you've got that house paid off in under 3 years. If you're charging the right rents. Now, when you have that, now you can have each one. Yeah, and now you're snowballing. Because now you don't have a situation where, number one, you're not going to have access to your primary house. Number two, now that you're going to have 4 rentals, now you can start playing with your mortgage. You can start taking trips and stuff. The problem is people will turn around and they say this bullshit that I hear all the time. They're like, well, if I do it that way, I won't be able to enjoy my life until I'm in my mid-30s. Yeah, but you're going to be able to enjoy every fucking day of your life. You're not going to have situations. No, you go and release your liability by getting a single property and paying off the one unit. Then you can start saving money. Instead of taking a loan, you take rent into account. And after 3 to 4 years, you can just buy a new house and rent it out. Well, yeah. That's when you have 3 to 4 properties. Right, exactly. When you have 4 properties, you expand by 2s. Once you have 4 once you have 2 rentals owned, you get a 3rd rental owned, and then you have 4. After 4, you expand. You can start expanding 2 at a time. And then you can pull your mortgage out. Yeah, risk tends to grow exponentially while profits are only multiplicative. 2 times the profit, 4 times the risk. Right. And everybody who's a landlord with multiple properties has been in the situation where you no shit have gotten multiple tenants late on the rent. After that, you don't take loans, you just go buy the next property. No, you always take the loan. Each new limited liability company takes the loan. Why? Because you don't pay taxes on debt. On average, how many times your annual income should be property? The standard figure is the house you buy should be no more than 3 times your annual salary. I don't agree with that anymore, but that's still the average banker rule. The average mortgage rule. Your mortgage shouldn't be any larger than 3 times your take-home pay. But where so many people fail with that is they get a mortgage and they only pay the total dollar amount. If your mortgage is $1,200 a month, unless you somehow got a magical mortgage that you're deadhead on $1,200 even, your mortgage is either $1,241 or $1,287. Your mortgage should always be overpaid as much as you can without cutting into the muscle of your budget. But at the very minimum, you should always round up to the nearest 100, to the next 100. So if your mortgage payment is $1,247 a month, you treat your mortgage as if it's $1,300 a month. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that $53 chips away at your mortgage really quickly. If you, and this is why I tell people, they're like, property tax. Your property tax is normally incorporated into your mortgage. Normally, if it's not, then you need to make sure that you understand you have that liability. Not everywhere has house property tax. Not everybody pays. I don't pay property taxes on my house because I'm a disabled vet. But you have to know the specifics. But yeah, you absolutely do not want to be paying exactly on your mortgage. You want to pay as much on your mortgage as you can without depriving yourself of another lane. It's also why I tell people, whenever you're applying for a mortgage, you get the mortgage broker to give you the 15-year and the 30-year numbers. And you're not fucking, don't do this bullshit where people start talking about buying down points and I'm going to give you $30,000 so you lower my interest rate. The fuck are you doing? You gave them $30,000 so they could lower your interest rate. What the fuck do you think that $30,000 was? It was the fucking interest that you weren't going to pay them. Fuck them. Don't ever the motherfucker ever spend thousands of dollars per quarter point to buy it down. Let them think that's something you're considering, and then at the end be like, "No, I'm just going to keep that. I have $30,000. I'm just going to apply that to the house and pay down the principal by $30,000." People are like, "Well, then you're." Shh. How many houses does this person that's giving you advice own? None? Great. That should tell you the value of their advice. It's simply a matter of you're giving them the money one way or the other. But if you're aggressively paying down your principal, you're going to get ahead of it anyway. And if you're not aggressively paying down your principal, then the question becomes, what the fuck are you doing? Like, seriously, what the fuck are you doing? It's why you get them to give you the 15-year rate and the 30-year rate. You take the 30-year mortgage, but you pay the 15-year rate. Why? Because you're going to get ahead of it. Well, what happens if 1 month I can't pay all that? Great, you don't have to. You only have to pay the 30-year rate. Person I know has variable income job. They make fucking bank May through November. May through November, they make bank. January, February, they only get about 22 to 28 hours a week. I said, then you shouldn't have a 15-year mortgage. You should have a 30. Because then in January, February, March, you have a lower payment. You're not cutting into the muscle. But then when you're making all that extra money in the summer, you don't live on that. You pay your mortgage down on that. Even just taking your mortgage payment, dividing it by 12, and adding that to your monthly payment helps. Yeah, I always recommend people round up. Round your mortgage up to the next $100 mark. So your mortgage is, unless your mortgage is like $1,298, then round that shit up to $1,400. But most people, the saddest fact is, most people were never taught the interest schedule. And so they think that by paying the bank what the bank asks for, that they're doing good. No, you're doing fucking terrible. Same thing with a car loan, right? People get car loans. You pay the interest per diem on a car loan. You pay per day. Banks are now, they're required to show you how much you're paying per day. I see I see people whose per diem interest is $8 a day. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? $8? You're paying $8 a day in interest? Holy shit, man. Banks even give you Yes. Yes. Also need to make sure that the overage is applied fully to the principal. That is basically what they have to do now. They have to do that. Now, you will get some lenders who do that shady shit that they're like, oh, which is why this bullshit that people tell you to pay your mortgage every 2 weeks, put a payment on your mortgage every 2 weeks, that's bullshit and wrong. Number one, the lender does not have to accept a partial payment. Number two, the lender does not have to apply to principal until the current payment interest is bought down. So people are like, yeah, if your mortgage payment is $800 or $1,600 a month, pay $800 every other week. No, don't fucking do that. Because then you've given them $800 that they're not even going to apply to anything until they get the other $800 to make your monthly payment. Now, some banks do allow you to make additional payments in the window immediately after your interest is all bought down. But so many people give shit fucking financial advice, and people take, like, look, if it sounds too, yeah, they hold it in escrow. Exactly. They hold your money in escrow, and they can loan out 90% of it because they have your money, and they're holding on to your credit to the account. You give them 800, they can loan out 720 of that with 90 to 10 fractional lending requirements. When I learned that some Americans find it acceptable, normal to have a car payment that's a similar amount as rent. Yeah, my daughter's boyfriend. I'm finally getting rent. I'm finally getting rent on Tuesday. It's in the process of transferring to my daughter. He's a 23-year-old kid who has a 2024 car. It's the stupid shit like that I'm just like, no. No. That doesn't work for me anymore. Let's see. Okay. Back to Once Human for a moment. So, here's where all of my score levels were. Last Saturday. 1170. So my helmet score has gone up a little bit by running content. 1652 is the same. 1547 has gone up a little bit. 1445 has gone up a little bit. 1174 has gone up a little bit. 1239, we haven't moved up. So what I'm working on right now is gloves. So first and foremost, it's Saturday, so I can go through all this. Open all the first clears. All 14s. Hey, look at that crap. 14, 13, 12. Hey, look at that shit. 15's not bad. 12, 12. 12, 13, 14. 12, 13, 15. Yeah, so that really didn't make me excited. Keyword suffix box. Shrapnel. Oh, look at that. A level 7 mod. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I think like retirement should be in the suburbs with lower cost of living. Yes. Well, no, your retirement should be wherever you want to live. The trick to it is you should have enough money to retire how you want. Otherwise, you didn't work hard enough. 8, 8, 10, 10. Hey, look at that. Oh, yeah. I'm getting excited. 14, 15, 4. Oh, yeah. We're loading up these guns here. Look at this nonsense. Okay, now I ran 20 hards, 24 pros, and 10 easies this week. So I'm going to open all these. I don't care about the lower ones. A 9. Woo, look at that 9. Oh, some 11s. Let me load up my guns for some 11s. Oh, you gotta take this off the fucking screen. Okay. Your weapons backpack is full. Oh, well, shit. Definitely don't want that shit all mailed to me. Sadly, in my country, there's a rule you can't use gas cars for more than 15 years. That sucks. We have to get emissions tests. Also, keep in mind, the financial advice I give only applies to America. The advice I give should not be attempted to be applied to any other countries. The advice I give applies to America. Other countries have better social safety nets. I mean, you advise me, and I'm from Denmark. Well, yeah, the general rule is save more, spend less, be more disciplined. I mean, that advice is going to apply across the board. How can I join the Prime War? Great question. In order to join the Prime Wars, you have to start at the lowest Prime War. So if you're a brand new player, then what you will have to do is you will have to go to one of the easies. So you will need to find a Winding Ridge, Quicksand, or Stinger's Cove. You go there, and you're going to need these wonderful things called biomass missiles. If you don't have biomass missiles, you can beat the easy Prime Wars with like Mr. Wish rocket launcher, grenade launchers, rocket launchers. It just takes a hell of a long time. The trick is you need to get a high enough score to get the gold box and then open it. And your pass for the next hardest one is in there. So you need to do an easy, a hard, a pro, and then after pro, the rest are unlocked. You can, in fact, like I said, you can go up with a Mr. Wish rocket launcher, and you can shoot the guy directly in the face. That'll break his silver shield, and then you just want to make sure that you can either have a second and third Mr. Wish rocket launcher, in case your damage is low, or it's always a good thing to talk. Like, some people are afraid to talk in their world chats. We had somebody the other day just say, hey, I need to get my, I need to get my Prime Wars done. I'm new. And as soon as we heard the person was new, we were like, oh, if you're new, we got you. So we ventured over. We helped this individual out. We ran them through all of them across the whole server. And then they were happy. You can't craft the Mr. Wish rocket launcher. Well, then you are one of the people that is in the category of, if you're trying to get stuff done, don't be afraid to talk to your server in world chat and just tell people, hey, I'm trying to get my Prime Wars done. And hopefully somebody on your server is a good steward of the community and is also bored and will help you. I love helping people. If you were on Manibus 04, I would help you. Yeah, gotta ping the acronym that you used. I knew it was retire early. I didn't know what I mean. I assumed in the context it was retire early. Finance something, retire early. I also, when I say 500 times your monthly expenditure, that wouldn't fly in America. But the reason why I wouldn't fly in America is because you're going to have a time period in America where you have to pay for your own health insurance. In other countries, when you're not going to be worried about having health insurance, prescription insurance, things of that nature, then a 41 years of retirement is probably enough. In America, we get stuck in a range of, we have to pay for our own health insurance until we're just about dead. But yeah, any deviant recommendation? Yes. I 100% wholeheartedly recommend everybody try to get a good quality voodoo doll. The reason why I say everybody should get a good quality voodoo doll is every build benefits from a voodoo doll. Voodoo doll helps your survivability, and every build benefits from it. Now, as you play... Wrong damn door. As you play longer, you're going to start to have... specific builds. Like, for example, that butterfly is only for my shrapnel build. That is... Where can I get it? Right now, you can probably, again, talk to your server. The voodoo doll is the drop out of the event boxes. So right now, we're doing the gravity event. If you just do the gravity event often enough, you will get these boxes, right? This is a 5-5. Select, like right now, I have 3 5-5 selection boxes. So I could just pick a 5-5 voodoo doll. You'll also get the random boxes, and then you'll get a disgusting number of... Where the hell are my other ones? Well then, I lost... Oh, there they are. I have 857 boxes that have deviations in them. I also have another 249. So out of 857, I imagine that I would get probably 8 5-5s. Just do the gravity content. When you see the people say we're fighting an aerial whale, just go. Now, I recommend if you go that you either have some way to generate shields or run the savior set. Otherwise, you're going to get up there and take a lot of damage. You can out-heal the damage with healing shots, but it just gets very cost-effective. So, as I said earlier in the show, I recommend everybody run the savior set because it's pretty much the meta build. I'm a returning player, and I had a shrapnel build using 4-piece Lonework, Bastille Mast, and Gas-Tight Helmet. What would you recommend to improve my build? Also, how do you get 5-5 deviants? Well, first of all, if you're running shrapnel like everything else, you are going to want to switch to 3-piece savior, because all the content... Oh, also, if you're just returning... if you're just returning and you haven't used somebody else's code yet, you can use that friend code. Help you out. Also, F3X Anavi066 will give you a couple of good, like, you know, little golly gee whiz stuff. If you're just getting back, I would recommend moving out of the 4-4. I'm sorry, I would recommend moving out of the 4-piece Lone Wolf set. Ultimately, increase max shadow stacks to 10, so you can get 12% more crit damage, and you get crit rate for 8 seconds, by 8 for 2 seconds after reloading. Fine, great, but I would much rather have the survivability of the savior set. So do 3-piece savior, 2-piece Lone Wolf, and then you keep, the gas-tight helmet, I would switch for the caged helmet. Especially if you're going to go the new sniper rifle. The gas-tight helmet, I've never run it because I don't like what it does. Gas-tight helmet, limit the maximum hits of shrapnel to 1. And shrapnel damage coefficient, 150%. I would either rather have, when triggering shrapnel, additional trigger 1 time. So that means I hit, and then I get 2 pieces of shrapnel. Or I would rather have the beret so that I hit an extra part. The new sniper rifle, which is disgusting, you run the cage helmet with. As far as how do you get 5.5 deviants, you either fuse them together or you buy them. All of my deviants have, except for my butterfly, have crack shot or psychic kid on them. It's because people have now started breeding them so reliably that crack shot and psychic kid aren't ultra rare anymore. I will also say, if you're just coming back and you need to be able to farm the Forsaken Giant, this is the P90. I call mine the Geneva Suggestion. You can get this weapon, throw together a half-assed crit build, and then go into the Giant and be able to clear him in about 20 to 30 seconds. What's the best deviant for the build? The best deviant for a shrapnel build is the Glistening Blue Butterfly, but you have to recognize that the butterfly doesn't help you generate shields as quickly as the Voodoo Doll does. So you are going to be in a situation where you're going to be spending a lot more time on your survivability than other people. If you're going to go sniper, for most builds, you're going to want, and for most scenarios, you're going to want the butterfly. In your situation, you will have to become very adept at turning the butterfly on, turning the butterfly off. You'll notice next to my big fat head, right about here, if I hit X, my icon goes on. If I hit it again, it goes right back into recharge. That's what generated my shield. A lot of people leave the butterfly on. The problem is if you leave the butterfly on for the whole length of time to do more damage, then you struggle to be able to get a shield, because you're not really able to crank out as many hits with the Savior set, in order to keep proccing your shield back up. It's not that you can't. It's just a higher skill requirement. Do I do it? Yes. Do I do it well? Yeah. Do I do it well while I'm streaming? Not the fuck at all, because I get distracted. I forget to bring the butterfly back in, and then I don't have shields, and then I'm reloading. Oh yeah, and you have the deviant shield. You want to make sure that you're running that perk. Because if you don't have deviant energy defense, you don't get the shield. Because you have the soaker and the bullseye at 6 stars. You are going to be very happy you stopped by. I don't know when the last time you played, but if you come into your blueprints menu, depending on when the last time you played, you have this blueprint conversion right here. So what that is I have one weapon that's not 6 star. I click on a 6 star weapon. As you can see, there's the unstable bomber machine gun. What I can do is I can throw that in there, and it will switch my star ratings. So what you want to do now, depending on how long ago you played, is you want to come in. Oh, we got rid of blueprint fragments, so that's a good one. Yes, cancel. You no longer have to bullshit your time around. You come over here, like let's say I wanted to level this. All I do is, click on it, and then down here, I press and hold F. Get out of the way, son. Your head's big. I come down here, I press and hold F. It'll cost me 3,000 to take it to 2 stars. And then it'll do the same. You no longer have to mess around with min-maxing, itemizing, having 15 incomplete weapons. No more of that. No more of that crap across the board. You just spend Starcrom, and you get what you want. So if you already have 2 6-star weapons, you essentially have all the 6-star weapons. Now, I will warn you, if you're just coming back, you are going to struggle a bit to make new weapons and armor. They've totally revamped the armor system. So what you're going to want to do So you come to any silo, click on the silo, and you click on pro mode. Once again, you're this fucking game, right? It's like right in the middle of the screen. Weapon body liner, tier 5 weapon body or tier 5 lining. If you can run that on pro, if you can run it on hard, you can also get it. You don't get it on normal. You can also get it on nightmare. So if you need to build a new set once a week, you can clear out all the dungeons on hard and pro and pick up the new crafting pieces you need. A lot of people don't realize that, and there are, of course, as always, this is an online game, so there are unscrupulous people that are selling those for 70,000 to 100,000 a pop on the online market. Oh yeah, the online market, since you're new and you're coming back, and I'm really trying to earn your Annie 066 or the friend code. See, I like to work for it. One thing that people complained about was the vending machines. I don't know when the last time you played. Down here, right here, so southeast of Blackville is Harvester's Market. There is vending machines galore. You can also go to online trading. So it's Escape, Get United, online trading. What did we sell? We sold the coffee table. A lot of the stuff that you need is for sale, like 11,000 for a pistol body. That's probably a decent price. 30,000 for the medium caliber body. That's 24,000. So 85,000 for protective lining. That's bullshit. What was that friend code again? Oh, it's sarcasm. Yeah, I'm shilling. So to be clear, my gear is 6 stars. So all I need... Is there any special pieces of gear? No, you just need 3-piece savior. I recommend 3-piece savior for new players. Lets them come in and not die right away. And then they have a little bit of opportunity to survive the fights. Like Rail, my hive mate, you can do it through Steam, yeah. Because what you'll do with that friend code is you hit F3, recommended events, and then mine says gather friends. If you're eligible, there'll be another box down here under gather friends, and it'll say like bind code, and then you put the code in there. It doesn't expire. Well, you won't be able to use the recruit a friend code after I think level 10. But the other one, the F3X, that doesn't expire. As far as lots and lots and lots of changes. So this game is... So what should I pair with the sniper? Jesus Christ, Juju, can I get up here and like, get a shot off? Oh my god, man. What should you pair with the sniper? Since you're just coming back, I like to pair with the Tech 9, because the Tech 9 is Fortress Warfare. Some people still like to use the long axe for Fortress Warfare. Totally fine alternative. Some people, if they're running the sniper shrapnel, they go sniper shrapnel, bingo, and then the axe. At that point, though, you're starting to do so much damage. Like, I can clear all of the content with a P90. I don't need to have... I don't need to do all this weird, you know, extra boosting. Like, that guy's dropping ice cubes so that they can pop them for extra damage boosts. I don't need to do that. I don't need to throw out, like, that much damage. Juju's here. I think this is Juju right here. No, that's Little Baby. Where's Juju? Fuck is he? He's here somewhere. you see this Rift Walker, its health bar just deletes. Juju is crazy damage. Used to use the axe, then bullseye, then soaker. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that same exact setup, axe to bullseye to the sniper, to the shrapnel sniper rifle. Make sure you read the bullseye. If it's been a while since you played, the bullseye got some love and attention and affection from the devs not long ago. Is the in-game sound too loud? Remember, I'm deaf, so anytime you guys say something is loud or something is soft, just let me know. When I talk over my hearing loss, so I unfortunately, I hear myself and the sound out of my ears. If the sound is ever on, thank you for telling me, because I literally cannot tell. The bullseye did get some changes, and I don't think Rail, are you here? I don't think last Valor got any changes. Would it be worth to do the sniper than the P90? No, because the bullseye and P90 are both bullseye weapons. You certainly can do both if you're really good at being a sniper. But in that case, I would recommend depending on how you want to do your rotation, Self-Fortress Warfare to me makes a lot of sense. Because then you're maximizing your damage. You always know you're going to have it. One of the things that has happened is we have lost, the shrapnel rifle. Has that gotten tender loving care? I don't think it has. Oh, shrapnel in the P90? No, you don't. The P90 is meant for clearing out. I mean, you can use the P90 to apply bullseye because it's a fast rate of fire weapon. You'll throw bullseye on it and then move to your sniper. But it doesn't have the automatic application of bullseye like the bingo will. When you switch weapons, bingo will automatically apply its keyword effect on when you rotate weapons. So it's really what I'll be honest with you is, depending on how long ago you played, you no longer have to try to be Batman. Most of the content, you do not have to be doing the ice. Yeah, there's Juju over there. You do not have to be doing the ice cube trick to the stack. Like Rail and I 2-man, all the 4-man content, we laugh about it. Like, you don't have to put that much effort into it. You don't have to have a PhD in mob killing. You used to. You absolutely used to. You don't anymore. You can be more chill and more laid back. Now, if you're going for what some people like to call big dick damage, and you want to see, you want to see how much damage you can do, then yeah, you'll start playing around with the new combos. Once I got Giant down to 18 seconds, I'm really not interested in trying to drive Giant down more. 18 seconds for what content used to take 6 minutes. And I think the other day I cleared Leia Labs solo in 9 minutes. I mean, you're talking about what used to take an hour with 4 people. I'm soloing in 9 minutes. I don't think I like what the new big streamer thing now is one tapping Mother of Light. But I'm looking to do good damage. Yeah. If you played before, you can do great damage with the. You want to be able to clear content solo? What I will say is that the P90 is going to allow you to clear all the content you went solo. That's not to say you won't be able to clear the content solo with the sniper shrapnel. You can. It's not to say you won't be able to do it with Last Valor. You can. But it's really going to be a matter of looking at the game, seeing what play style you enjoy. I don't know if you know this because you're coming back after a while. Let me get up here and before Juju eats this whole thing. Gear, if you hit H, you can now save multiple builds. I don't know if that was available when you last played. It actually works now. So I have a Last Valor build, an Unstable Bomber build, a Bounce build. I just, right now, I enjoy playing P90. I do really enjoy Bounce. Right now, Rail is my hive mate. We do all our content together. He's running the Bounce Bow. Bounce Bow is ridiculously strong. He does 65 to 75% of all the damage in the 10-round dungeon. My weapon just can't compete with him. He's one-shot deleting an entire quadrant of the room. The Bounce Bow works well on the dog, Shadowhound. It works really well for clearing out the trash and the content, the trash mobs in the silos. The Bounce Bow is really good for tree. So, I have a couple of different builds depending on what I want to go for. Pink and blue submachine gun that is shrapnel and pairs well with the new sniper rifle. Just tap something with the SMG and switch to the sniper rifle for the buff. Yeah, I did see that person's video doing that. You can do that. You do have to, of course, read all of the weapons. Some of the weapons drop the buff when you switch off of the weapon. So a lot of the weapons have changed, so you have to read them. You're like, can I do this? No, because buff falls off when swapping weapons. Some of the cradle buffs are the same way. When you switch weapons, you lose the cradle buff. When Juju is on, if you happen to be on Y4 Manibus, if you see Juju posting aerial raids, I don't care what you're doing. If you want to get your whales done that day, you go. It's like basically like Juju posts. So you go. When we're all together, him, me, Serial, Extras, Barry Allen, a couple of other people, we literally delete these in under a minute and 50 seconds. Like, bam, the health bar's gone. So the Bullseye Sniper with the Shrapnel Sniper is viable? Yes, absolutely. That's what I run. I run the Bullseye Sniper, like on a boss. I hit the boss 4 times. I get 4 stacks of the attack bonus. When you switch weapons, you lose half, so you're down to 2, and then you're on the Shrapnel. How do you get into permanent servers? Great question. Number 1, your server will go permanent at the end of its life, unless your server is Manibus Novice. Your server will go permanent. Unfortunately, an earlier viewer got boondoggled by the instructions. Number 2, if your character is still on a server or you're in ELAN and it's saying like you have to join a scenario, there's 2 tabs, and I don't think I can show them because then it requires me to hard crash out my game. One of them will say normal servers, one of them will say scenario servers maybe, and the other one will say permanent servers. You just join a permanent server like it's any other server. There's about 11 of them that are on Manibus. There's about 11 permanent servers that are around. Just join one. Most of them are laid back. Y2 is a little bit weird of a crowd. If you're picking a permanent server, I would avoid Manibus Y2. They are a very cliquey crowd. They can sometimes be difficult to get to help other people outside of their clique. Y4 and Y1 are both really good Manibus servers. Very friendly. Y4 is a riot. We've got Rail and I have been here for over a year. We recently got a lot of really good people on Y4. Really, really, really fun people. And really helpful people. Like, nobody is really, like, suffering in poverty or silence. So, really, 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 really good permanent server for Manibus. Can't say much better than that. Damn, Juju's trying to get, what, 7 done? He going for 7? He's crazy. He's crazy, man. I don't think we're gonna get 7. You can only do 12 whales a day. 3 minutes 46 seconds. Oh, he's a mad lad. I don't know if we're gonna get this. We're gonna try though. Worst case scenario is we throw some bullets at it, right? But no, this game, I haven't felt the urge to call fewer people dumbasses since our originals. Yeah, right. Our original server 13, was amazing. Best server we've been on in the game. Our first way of winter, if we're being honest though, our first way of winter server wasn't bad. We did have a couple of goofies, but our first way of winter server wasn't bad. And then our other server was just awful. Rail, do you remember when we were on the Manibus version of this before we went? That server was gross. Will my levels stay if I'm scenario right now and I go to a perma? If your server matures into a permanent server, then yes, you keep your level, you keep your stuff, you keep your house, you keep all that. You might have to relocate your house, but you keep it. If you go to a permanent server, you'll have to start over from scratch. But if you go to a permanent server, all of the commissions are unlocked already. And so you can literally get to max level in like 2 hours. You also can make tier 5 gear at level 1 now. So if you joined a server and there were people there that were willing to give you the stuff or take you through content, you would be able to be like level 25 with tier 5 weapons. It's kind of dumb. But again, that's where they didn't know what this game wanted to be. What about Star Crown Gathering? Star Crown Gathering is so easy now. Each week, like right now, if you were to be racing, it's the 18th of the month, so you have 45,000. Yeah, 45,000 right now to be doing. You can purify your territory like the old days to get a big batch of Star Crown. Every mob you kill gives you Star Crown. Pretty much everything you do will tick away. I know people that are just coming back and they've linked up to start doing the whales, and they were like, I'm worried about my Star Crown. And I was like, well, don't be. And by the time they got done doing the whales for the day and just 2 rounds of whales running around doing the 10-round dungeon, they were like, oh, the blueberry soda trick you can still do. Absolutely. You can do the whatchamacallit. You can do the astral sand whim crafting in Eland, but truly now, I spent 11 days at Disney in May, and I got back just before the month turned over, and my guy was like, hey, what do you need to max out your Star Crown? And I was like, I'll let you know. And then after like 2 hours of play, I was like, oh shit, I don't need nothing. I'm capped. As long as you have like one person that can help you, you can be successful. Like if people do decide to play and they come to Y11, no, the Star Crown does not stretch. Okay, that's a great question. Star Crown does not reset. You can't get more by going to other servers, other scenarios. Your account is bound to 66,000 Star Crown a month, with the exception of... Why am I... Okay, sorry, that was a color blindness problem. If you get Star Crown from compensation, it goes above and beyond. Your market bounties go above and beyond. And your collection rating goes above and beyond. So once you have some stuff cooking, where you are really going to be capped at is, yeah, it resets monthly. So you can, on a permanent server, it resets monthly. Now, so many new things for you. There is now the scenario honor thing. It is not set up right now on permanent servers. If you're on a non-permanent server and you can work on this, this is a way to get shiny boxes for level 17 shiny mods. It is coming to the permanent servers. We just can't do that stuff right now. That is per scenario. So if you were trying to be a real tryhard, you could make an alt on every scenario. Oh yeah, the transfer points reset monthly now as well. So if you have a lot of stuff stored in Eland, like deviations, they reset on the first of the month, so you can get more of your stuff out. And we're done with that too. So we are done with everything except whales. There's an awful lot of ways to increase the good time of, like, hey, I've got all these deviations. Okay, well, I only had 20,000 points. Yeah, it resets on the first. I don't really have anything left to import. No, see right up there, questions always welcome. I do this show for new players. That's why I was talking about other stuff, and then Once Human came up, I stopped talking about other stuff. I will talk about Once Human forever. I'm gonna grab a soda. I'll be right back. So, but yeah, never, ever, ever feel bad about asking me questions on my show. I used to answer questions for Ashes of Creation. The game wasn't even out yet. Oh, hey, Rael, you asked me chests? The 3 chests right here. Skin these 3 for me, if you would be so kind. I used to answer questions for Ashes of Creation. And, 15 straight hours. I would spend anywhere between 4 and 15 hours answering questions, because when people were finding the game, they had a lot of questions. I love answering questions. It's secretly how I say that my master's degree in education didn't go to waste. But you're answering questions about a video game. Yes. Yes, I am. So I have a few people I got playing this, so I played a lot back when it came out, but there's a lot of new stuff. Depending on when you played, I would actually say that this is an entirely new game. It is very much so an entirely new game. Yeah. You have old mods. Okay, old mods. That's not a bad thing. So, F3, Redemption Shop, this bottom tab, you can trade old mod parts for the new mod dust. I don't like that I can't target mods. You can. You can. If you played before, you might have some of this special module dust. If not, these crates are good if you're just trying to get a bulk amount of mods bought. And then each tab you can target gloves, boots, head, pants, jacket. And then if you're looking for specific mods, you can they're here. Now, the world events each world event will target a specific type of mod. Like the open world events are all suffix mods. Forsaken Giant is non-suffix mods for weapons and mask. Each of the dungeons, each of the silos will only drop a specific mod type. So you can target the mods you need to drop. And I didn't grab the damn soda. So, you can do a lot of targeted work. Now, what I agree with you, what I liked better in the old system was that I could spend a lot of time running content, crushing all the other mods, and then getting the mods that I wanted. Oh, the highest. Oh, we got a 16. A 16 in shoes. That's going to help. $15, I already have that. Probably. As you open mods that you already have, you get the mod dust for them. Yeah, mod dust. Unless you mean you have to take the pity system. I haven't even talked about the pity system yet. My God. Oh, I did claim all. I'm a tool. Those were in my bag for a reason. It feels like this new selection gives me a bunch of stuff I don't want. It does. It absolutely does. They are aware. The content creators have talked to them many times about the problem. Many times. They understand. But again, as I talked about earlier in the show, they're not 100% sure how they want to fix it. So they're building a horse by committee, and then they're surprised that they get a camel. Sometimes they ask the wrong questions, and sometimes they're just not listening to the people that are telling them, hey, yo, you need to recognize what you're building is terrible. What they wanted to do is one step of it was they wanted to throttle down people's vertical power. Unfortunately, you can't ever really know where the player base is going to go with crazy amounts of power. The player base has a really bad habit of doing what's best for them. I'm not trying to be condescending, but I don't think that the Chinese developers understood what Western players are all about. Like, Western players want to see if they can do something, and they'll spend weeks trying to like one tap a mob. Like there is literally a guy who has tweaked a build. He can one tap the last boss in Leia Lab. He can literally one tap the hardest engagement. He doesn't have to do the mechanics. One tap. 100% zero. A true one shot. One tap. Boom. Dead. While I appreciate, you know, while I appreciate you, appreciate the follow. While I appreciate the amount of effort that goes into getting to a one tap, at some point you have to say to yourself, maybe it is the Gulped Lore build. Now you can come back anytime. So he blows up. He blows up 5 of the ice cubes, and then he has so much weak spot damage in his build that his tap and then his unstable bomber hit. So when the weapon hits a target, there's a 30% chance to trigger unstable bomber. When hitting a weak spot, the chance is 90%. So yeah, he just absolutely fucking crushes, and I'm just like, that's absurd, man. Why do you need to be able to do that much damage? It's not a matter of need, because his build would be ridiculous anywhere else. His build would actually be highly inefficient anywhere else. But because all he's trying to do is a one-trick pony, then it works. Then it works, and it's actually quite comical. Now, what I will say is I really wish that they would just stop. Like, I want to set an auto sort rule that if the calibration isn't above weapon damage 45%, I don't even want it. How much premium fuel? Oh my god, I got 1,000 premium fuel out of all that too. Ugh. Let's see. Got more. Look at this. It's just the number of crates I have to open is ridiculous. The number of crates that I need to burn through. This is just obscene. Okay, that's a shiny. My weapons backpack is full again. I knew that was going to happen. Let's clear out all these. These are easier because I can just destroy them in color. I keep forgetting about the new building changes. 5 minutes trying to figure out why I can't skin shit the old way. Oh yeah, man. Like, the other day, it took me a good 5 or 6 minutes to remember how the hell to do the power in the water. I was like, what is this? Like, they said, we made these changes because of the player base's feedback. No, the fuck you didn't. Just be honest. Like, be honest. You only want to maintain one building system. And you know that you're going to mobile and to console, and you know that the way it's set up right now is it's optimized for PC. And that's fine. Just tell the players honestly, the changes we're making because it's not going to be conducive for the player base, and we want to make sure that we're not trying to maintain multiple different builds. And I would respect that. I don't want you to maintain multiple different builds. I want you to have one build. And if you have one build, it means if you design the system so console and controller, mobile and controller are better taken care of. I respect that because we want to have one game that's cross-platform, mutually inclusive. But where the problem is when they started the game, however many moons ago, they didn't think about, okay guys, here's the deal. Our desired end state is to be on console and mobile. Okay, so how we understand that we're not going to do mobile till a year in and console till we're 2 years in. But how do we design it at the beginning? Because then, if you touch it twice, you spend 2 hours building a system. 1 hour to build it the first way, and 1 hour to build it to accommodate these other platforms. You want to say to the players, we dedicated 2 hours to the system. But what Lean Six Sigma tells you in the Toyota Production Way, and, you know, it says, but I, as the customer, only care about 1 hour of that. Because I'm a PC customer. So not only did 1 hour of that not affect me because it was for this other thing, you took my experience and you made it demonstratively worse. Now, what if they had designed it in the very beginning that way? It probably would have been more easily accepted. Because you're not trying... People are against change. You probably would have been okay if you didn't try to change it away from what people already knew. Change is not always great. But I will give these guys credit. Everybody that made fun of this game or mocked this game or said this game was going to fail or it was going to die, the developers didn't, like, let that phase them. The developers were like, okay, we're more than willing to work hard to try to prove you wrong. And they did. I think part of where the issue is if you ever saw the scene in Landman where Monty's at the luncheon and he's like, I can't do anything about building cleaner engines because I don't build fucking engines. I'm a driller. I'm an oil man. I think that's where the developers of a lot of games run into a problem. Because the bosses, the money men, the people above them, don't understand what you're selling. Yeah, a good developer says exactly that. A good developer says, eat my entire ass. I'm building the game I want to build. That is so terrible. $14 and $11. Yeah, the fridge, it actually opens and closes. Okay, gloves. 1182. So we did get a little bit of an improvement. 1182. I don't think I can get general. No, I can get violent, precise, survival, or deviant energy. So, gloves. I wish we could sort these so it takes everything off. So survival, survival, survival. Survival I'm actually kind of good at. Survival. Survival. Okay, so I don't want to do survival. What about deviant energy? 15. Wow, I've got like all of my mods are close. Do you have anything else you're playing? No, the only other game that I play when I do play is Crusader Kings 3. Which I can't stream. I can't stream Crusader Kings 3 because you guys all hate the speed of slow that I play at. I play at 0-1. But when I play Crusader Kings 3, I play the long game. Like, I love nothing else than in the middle of my Crusader Kings 3 playthrough to every 5 years I pause the game and I look around. Like, I love a game where, like, yeah, 0 or 1. I play it 0 or 1. So either paused. Like, I love nothing more than to marry my son off to the third daughter of the Emperor of Italy, and then find out a little bit down the road that my son is now the Emperor of Italy, like that part of the empire, or like my child has become the Holy Roman Emperor. I love nothing more than a good CK3 playthrough where shit just goes bonkers. I do play 7 Days to Die occasionally, but I haven't really been playing much because I've been writing a lot. I wrote a 1,200 page novel and I finished it. And I started editing it the other day. I'm on chapter. It's like 85 chapters. I am definitely a Goggins type writer. I'm a Sanderson type writer. All of the shit that I put in is relevant, not some of the stuff. Like Brandon Sanderson, the last book of the fucking Way of Kings pissed me off because it's like 1,200 pages and it's just on and on and on. It's like, dude, get the fuck to the point. Like, you're just, I felt like he only wanted to write a novella. I truly do feel like Brandon wanted to write a novella for the last book. And he's like, well, shit, I gotta do something. And it's like fucking hundreds of pages in a row. And it's just like, I hate you. All right, so I do not think I'm going to open that. The last book of the Way of Kings, it's book 5. It's the last book of the first Way of Kings part. It just, fuck's sake, man. There's a 13, a 14. My biggest gripe about Sanderson's writing is he likes to switch characters just as other characters reaching the climax of their story arc. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the last. It's the last book. It's the last book of. It's the 5th book of 10. It's the last book of the first set. I do agree, though. Although Salty Bread, what I will tell you is I'm actually stealing Brandon Sanderson's technique with that, with the interludes, to force you to go somewhere else. I'm actually stealing that because that's actually, believe it or not, a really good way to get people to read more. So I am borrowing that technique, except I'm not doing it as often as Brandon does. But mine is set in a steampunk fantasy world where magic and technology collide. Got there's a 10, 15. Yeah, the micro cliffhangers, where you switch to an interlude and then you switch back to the characters. Yeah. So I have a shiny there. I don't think that... I'm going to hold on to that because that's not going to help me with what I've got going on. All right. So, let me see. How did we do after... I open crates once a week. So, helmet, 1170. So, helmet went up by 6 points. 1 point. Woohoo! 13 points. That's not bad. 13 points. That's not bad. 10 points. That's not bad. 39, 9 points. That's kind of shitty. Now the question is, how many points do I need to get to? Oh, I got to get to 1275. Okay. So, I got to get to 1275. Life boost general. So we're going to open... general, and we're going to go to life boost. Now, because I went to life boost general, that pops that level 17 mod. And weapon amplifier general. Oh, shit. Oh. Well, no. And that's going to radically change my choice. I didn't know the crescents would be on there. Well, hold on. I don't want to use it. I don't want to use it on the glove crescent then. Sometimes I just skip a chapter to finish reading a character's story, and then I go back and read what I skipped. Yeah, I can definitely appreciate that. Okay. Elemental overload. Status damage. Hit point. It's gonna be a rough one. That's gonna be a rough one. I think I might do... Crit amp, Crescent Deviant Energy. Because that'd give me 8 points. That's still a long way to 1275. Still a long, long way. But everything else is an 8, so it's only going to make a difference of 1 point. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do crit amp, Crescent Deviant Energy. All right. So now, $11.99. So I gotta get 76 more upgrade points. And I'm probably not going to be able to do that until the Visional Wheel switches back to lunar. There's 8 right there. 16. Yeah, I'm probably going to be stuck waiting until we get the lunar cycle back, because I'll pick up a lot of that just with these 9s getting anywhere better. That's really going to be my next one to level, though. These generals, which means I'm going to have to push. The spreadsheet is to track my week-to-week progress. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. This is what I don't like about what they did. It would be nice if we got more than gravity and lunar. Yeah, it would be, and I'm not gonna say otherwise. But for right now, they really need to go back to lunar because of the new system. And then they should go back to lunar so people can catch up with the mods with the new system. And then they should go to a new one before we go back to gravity. Or, wild thought here, they should have Visional Wheel servers, and they should just keep gravity and lunar going all the time. Instead of having, let me port over somewhere that I can change worlds. What would be really smart is if they did this. When you go to switch to another world, they should have normal, they should have vision, but then vision should be like world 1, world 2 gravity, world 3, world 4 lunar. Because you shouldn't have progression content locked behind seasons. There's nothing wrong with putting progression content into seasons, but you can't have the shiny boxes locked behind something I can't do right now. So like, if I was having a conversation with the dev, I would say my next logical upgrade is to finish my gloves collection. And the dev says you should go do that. And I said I can't, because I can't get Crescent Deviant Energy mods anywhere. Now, if they had kept them in the shop, if I could farm gravity crystals, then that would be one thing. I can get wild suffix, I can get mirror suffix, and I can get phantasmal suffix, but that doesn't help me right now to get what I need. It's something that I really wish that they would consider and say, yeah, we screwed that up. Because last season, you could get the gravity mods with abyssal shards. Which was actually really kind of cool. I think I've opened everything I need to open this week. Oh, let me sort for. Forget. Got to keep this. I've sorted through thousands of deviations. I don't even try to breed combat deviations. It's such a pain in the ass. Hi, Pokey. Are you poking me? Orange cat energy. I caught the orange cat. Why? Why? You don't know if you like it? You don't know if you like it? You don't know if you like some pits? You're a big baby. Okay, you have claws. Please be easy. He's a little bit of a squirrel bait. He doesn't mean to be hurtful, but he's got he's got his sharp back claws, and occasionally he shoves those sharp back claws into my abdomen because he's trying to run away. He's not trying to be a jerk. He's accidentally being a jerk. All right, so that's not terribly great. It's not incredibly terrible. Oh, we got a 17. We got a 17 in Shrapnel Souvenir. Shrapnel, what are we at? 300? We're at 290. So, I might try to work on Shrapnel this week. What's the next box? Is it a shiny? But it's a random. Well, that's fine. And then, Bounce, Multi-Bounce Violent, we got Bounce Rampage Violent, we got... Oh, so we got a couple of 17s, today. And, what is this one gonna be? 300, so we gotta get 15 points. Who drops Bounce again? Is it Doggo? Yeah. Go do a couple of Doggos. But yeah, this is a great example of a game where what you have is you have a really solid game that is being disrupted by really shitty progression blocks. You want progression to slow down. And I think this is the piece that a lot of game makers miss. You want progression to slow down. You do not want progression to stop. Because like Rail and I, we had nothing to do. So for a point we were like, hey, Saturday mornings, we'll jump on and we'll bang out our week's worth of content. And then fuck off, I'll see you next Saturday. Just make sure you log in on Tuesday or Wednesday to make sure your properties don't vanish. That's not a good way for your game to be. I respect the idea of seasons. You want players to be able to take some time off. But if the players can just stop playing altogether, that's not good. A player needs to be able to log in for 2 to 4 hours a day and feel like they accomplished something. You know, what I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna disagree with you. I'm gonna disagree where I think a player needs to be able to log in for 1 hour and feel like that 1 hour they were logged in amounted to something. Now, it doesn't have to be like massively large. But I think the player needs to, like, I don't want to log in every single day and not be able to see any positive progress, nor be able to make any progress towards my next long gaming session. Hold on. This shit followed. I'm not going to sit here while 9,000 mods flash. For example, I'll use Final Fantasy... No, I'll use EVE Online. EVE Online. I wake up in the morning. I wake up at 7 o'clock. I gotta leave for work or school at 8:30. I get up. I make coffee. I make breakfast. It's 8:30. I've got an hour before I gotta leave. 'Cause I wake up at 7:30. I gotta leave at 9:30. Running around in the morning takes me an hour. I've got an hour to spare. EVE Online, if I'm in the right place, I can log in. I can do some belt ratting, or I can do a mission or two, and I can make some positive progress to my wallet. Meaning when I get home tonight, maybe I have enough money now to go to Jita and outfit that ship. Final Fantasy 11, there was no 30-minute or hour-long gaming session. Final Fantasy 11, you might log in for an hour to do the inventory management sub-game. You weren't doing meaningful content. Final Fantasy 14, sure, you can log in. You could log in, you can drop into the raid finder. You can get some shit done. Assuming then, of course, that you don't pull a group that's absolutely god-awful. Dude, where is Chef? Aren't you at your doing your job, asshole? Final Fantasy 11 gear grinding was absurd. Oh, it absolutely was. It was totally absurd. What are you doing up here? Where the fuck are you? What the fuck are you doing? Asshole, get over here. But like, you have a place to be, shithead, and it's in the goddamn kitchen. What'd you fucking get lost? That is a stove. That is where you belong. Damn, Pat, you stink. I want more superhero MMOs. Here's you're not gonna like me for this, but here's the fundamental flaw with superhero MMOs. Fundamental flaw with superhero MMOs is not everybody can be the hero. So when you build superhero MMOs, you run into a really big problem. And that really big problem is you've literally told everybody they are in fact the hero. Final Fantasy XIV has the joke where Alphino says to the main character, "This is going to take a team of people, but surely you have people you can call upon, right?" Yeah, they're making the joke that I'm going to go into the fucking queue. It's going to match me with 7 people. I'm not saying that I want the old days of gaming back, because I do not. I do not want the old days of nothing can be done. There is no queues. Nothing can be done without a party. You can't make any positive progress. I don't want those days. Break at the same time. I don't think the era we have right now is very good either. And I mean that because we swung the pendulum from where you need to know people. You need to know people all the way to you don't have to know anybody. I don't think either side of that is a good side. I think we need to find the middle. I think, for example, I'll use Once Human. It makes 0 sense that there is content that literally says recommended for people, and I go in there and I solo it. I don't think that's good game design. I think it's poor game design because of the idea that you wondered why people didn't form hives. You wonder why you had to redo the entire memetics skill thing because people didn't need to build hives. And then because people didn't need to build hives, you can't really put together content that forces people to group up, because then only those people who are already grouping up will be able to do the content. For a long time, The hardest content was the Prime Wars in Once Human. Rail, myself, a few other people, we used to do the Prime Wars together, but we all went, like, we communicated with each other before we started them, so we could oh, I finished Whales already, damn it. Finished last hour. I just saw Juju. Remember I said, if you see Juju, you go. Saw him, I clinked and I realized I'm done already. We used to take 25 to 30 specific people to the Prime Wars to make sure that we got them done, because they used to lock people out over 40. So if you didn't teleport right away, you couldn't get in. Well, what happened is there used to be a one-time reward for doing the Prime Wars. You got the crates, but you didn't get the big reward. You got the Starcrom reward once. Well, after we'd done it once, we really didn't want to do that shit again. Yeah, running back and forth with trucks for the event. Right? The thing is, there's not a happy ground. I saw you said DC Universe and City of Heroes made it so easy you were either a hero or a villain. Right. But the problem was, you still want to be the centerpiece of your own story, which is always going to be problematic in video games. If everybody wants to be the centerpiece of the story, that means all the stories are watered down. Because not everybody can be the centerpiece of the story. It's why I do not understand. Like, the people that advocate against the where winds meet way of doing things make me want to slap them with an oversized tuna fish. Where winds meet is a great model for how to set up content. A persistent world that everybody goes to do world content, and then an individual world where you're on to progress your personal story. That's awesome. But what people turn around and they say is then it's not open world. Oh, okay, but the important content is open world. The content that you want to be open world is there. Most of these people that are the loudest are the ones that want a PvP, and they don't want a PvP, they want a gank. I don't want people to be able to progress in their personal worlds, because then I won't be able to gank them. Guess what? You ganking them is a net sum loss. Because if the player quits, people can't quit life. So some of the models and some of the tactics that apply, well, you can quit life, but most people don't. The models and the tactics that work for the real world don't work for a video game, because people don't like your video game, they go play something else. Or they go do something else. A lot of the things that worked for Final Fantasy XI and EVE Online and World of Warcraft and EverQuest 1 and 2 to a little, to some extent, they don't work in today's day and age, because there's 100+ online games to play now. For everyone to be the hero in their own story, we would need an open world game with RPG Maker-like elements. Right. The thing is that people forget, you're not supposed to be the hero of your own story all the time. You're supposed to have your moments. You're supposed to have the moment, like when you're the healer who gets off, when you're the healer that gets off back-to-back combat reses, you get the main tank and another healer backup, and the main tank can hold, and now systematically you and the other healer are rotating through reses, and you get the team back up. That was your moment. That was your moment. You're the hero right now. But you're not going to be the hero in PvP. You're not going to be the hero tomorrow. Tomorrow it's going to be the DPS that fights and tanks the last 1/10%. Right? That's one of the best tabletop stories I ever told. Was I had two groups. I had one group on Tuesdays and one group on Thursdays. And what I had told my groups was, I said, hey, I'm storytelling two campaigns right now. I said, I would ask if you guys want to ensure your enjoyment, please, if you know anybody in my other group, don't talk about your campaign to the other group, because if you're the Tuesday group, you might be getting some stuff like, I just got the juice. I'd make up bullshit. I'd be like, hey, I just got the Juicer Uprising book, and I'm going to be introducing some of it. If you guys run into stuff on Tuesday, don't spoil it for the other group, because they wouldn't have seen it yet. All the while, what the two groups didn't know was they were playing like spy versus spy against the other group. So each group's actions impacted the next group's session. And then one Saturday, I had everybody over for RP and Magic and movies and shit and barbecue. And my 10 players came to the table and they sat down and they realized it was going to be a big combat scene. It was the combat scene that they'd been trying to get to for weeks. Track this other group down. The other group is the other 5 players. They had a fucking blast. They loved it. That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work to do. It works in MMOs because the system kind of does it for us auto-magically. But people no longer enjoy. People no longer enjoy it. People, what is it? The common thing is the gamers complain because there's nothing. The gamers complain because they don't want to slog through side content. So the developer takes out all the side content, and now the players complain that there's nothing to do. Well, there's nothing to do because we got rid of all the side content. EVE lives off a dedicated core of highly toxic assholes. Yeah. Which is why EVE Online, which is truthfully why EVE Online has such a difficulty with its design model. I know that it pisses off the hardcore EVE players, right? When I say 1.0, 0.9, and 0.8 systems should be completely PvP free. Unless you're at war. To be completely PvP free. You're trying to kill the soul of the game. No, dude, I'm trying to excise the cancer out of the game. Because the problem is, what you have and what you've done is you've designed a system that makes it nearly impossible 22 years into the game to get fresh blood into the game. If you had a, like, EVE Online has the security status system. Well, the security status system doesn't do much to deter you when you can be at a 9 security status and you can pop 20 people in HiSec and then you can just go back out to nullsec and rat for a day and you get your security status back. EVE has the issue of the top guys being too established to ever be unseated by an upstart. Yes, because of how skilling goes. Until they introduced skill injectors that you could buy, you could never catch up on time. And what I used to say to people was, you had the 22 core skills in EVE Online. Until all of those were 5, which took about 3.5 months. You shouldn't be PvPing at all in EVE for 3.5 months. Field maintenance, fucking navigation, warp drive efficiency, all that shit. Until you get all that shit up to 5, you are going to be at a severe disadvantage. That's not to say within a couple of months, you can't fly some ships as well as established pilots. For example, you fly a Harpy. That was my fuck you of choice because I used to pop pods. Pop tackle drone, web drones and shit for the rest of my guys. At some point, you have all the skills relevant to Harpy. If you don't have all of them at 5, you might be 5 to 10% down, but good tactics can make up for that. But if you max everything, at some point, you are as good as an established player in this class of ship. The problem is, who the hell wants to fly around in an assault frigate for 3 years? And the answer is nobody. Nobody wants to do that. And so, where we run into the problem is, EVE Online could very easily launch a new cluster and make a fuck ton of money. And we know this because of how many people want to play Star Citizen. You don't have to get more than 10 or 11% of the people that are interested in Star Citizen. And you could do a great marketing campaign where you literally kind of do the marketing campaign that Walt Disney World did for Universal Studios back in 1985. And they said, welcome to Orlando. Well, you're doing a fucking advertising campaign that looks like you're saying something nice to the other guy, but you're reminding all the people that are going to go to Universal that you're still there. It's a great fucking marketing campaign. CCP could start a new cluster. They would need to do about, I would say 3 to 4 months in advance. Fenris would have to advertise. Brand new cluster, no pay to win, none of the fuckery. Here's the layout schedule. What we're doing is we're launching the original core model with these changes. And then every 6 months, we're dropping the next pack of content. I think EVE Online would get 200,000 or 300,000 players on a new cluster. I genuinely do. And then they could advertise it by simply saying, we wish the best of luck to CCP. We wish the very best of luck to CCP. While you're waiting for Star Citizen, come join us. And holy shit. There you go. How would you do Plex? Game time only? Okay, so if you're going to put Plex into the game, you need to be able to, ready and willing and able to explain to people that Plex looks like pay to win, but it's really just pay for opportunity to get the shit you bought blown up. Because in EVE, when you lose a ship, you lose the ship. I genuinely do think you're okay selling Plex and letting it be tradable, because it does Plex's subtime, or they have other things you can get with credits. It's mostly cosmetic. But some people say, oh, well, it's pay to win. Sure, absolutely it is. Because you paid for something that you can sell for ISK. Now, early on in the game, should they be selling Plex? No, probably not for the first year. Probably not for the first year. Because in the first year, the pay to win is the cost of the skill books. So if you're letting people sell, and the skill books come from the stations, not from other players. So if you don't want people to be able to sell Plex, because then they're able to buy all the skill books they need, and they never need to grind. With that said, if you're actually playing the game with any amount of seriousness, you're not... Never did I ever play EVE where I was in a situation where I felt I couldn't buy Medic. Like I was training something I didn't want to be training because I couldn't afford the next skill book. And people are like, yeah, but there's some skill books that are $1 billion ISK. Yeah, but by the time you get able to buy that, or by the time you get able to even like start training that, you're able to clear, you know, you're able to make 4 or 5 million ISK a minute. Like you warp through a belt with three battleships, two battle cruisers, and you're like, yeah, there's money. You can also pay your sub with Plex. Yeah. I think the trick is, I think Fenris could make a ton of money putting up a new Eve cluster. But that's an all or nothing proposition. If they stand up a new cluster, they have to be ready to put all their chips on the betting line, because that effectively kills the original server. The people on the original server would get pissed and they'd be like, well, I played for 22 years. Cool. Then we're going to give you a bunch of cool shit in the new game. We're going to give you pirate eye patches, pirate headgear, fucking special ship skins to recognize the fact that you are a veteran of the old game. But we aren't really interested in fucking about anymore. We, you know, like to make a game that actually has more than 66,000 people playing at one time. Meanwhile, you can't even have a good conversation with Star Citizen players, because I don't know, I think the Star Citizen players, I think that the most vocal ones of them must be living with Chris Roberts, because you mention anything about Star Citizen, about where it needs to improve, and holy shit, do people like gangbang mollywop tackle you and insult your dog. Oh my god, you had something negative to say about Star Citizen. All I said is it's late. How dare you say it's late? It's late? Because it fucking is? Like, it's like all the Ashes of Creation people like, Jay, you're just a harbinger, you're just a hate monger. Yeah, sounds really familiar to another game you know. Jay, how dare you talk that Ashes is late? Steven Shreve is a saint. Yeah, he walked off with your fucking money. There are literally people still loyal to that man, where they think the lowest amount of money that he walked off with was 14 to 16 million dollars. If he walked off with 14 to 16 million dollars, that means he took all of the Kickstarter money and all of the webpage sales. And there are people who literally believe that there is a route where Steven Shreve gets Ashes of Creation back and develops the game and launches it. Steven's under this belief. Sure, nothing is impossible, but I got a better chance of winning the bronze in female gymnastics than Steven Shreve does of getting his company back. Because even if he gets it back, Steven seems to be under the belief that he wouldn't owe Robert Dawson $80 million. He wouldn't owe Jason Karamanis over $13 million. That's $93 million. Like, that's literally, you'd have to find a source of funding that gives you $93 million. You pay off these two major, you know, owners. And then, where the fuck are you going to get the rest of the money you need to build the game? Yeah, even if he got it back, nothing was learned. We can see that in the filings. The man has learned nothing. Steven Shreve has learned nothing from his ordeal because of how he's filing things. How he's telling people. Like, you're like, holy balls, man. Holy balls. Are you for real? Thanks. I have the experiment and the reasoning has August, September, October, November. So this is about 9 months of growth, because I was right at about 1 month when my aunt passed. And since I I'm half pagan, half Catholic. Don't ask. Not good Saturday conversation. I wasn't able to grieve for my mother when she passed because I had a career. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go cook a steak. Thank you for chiming in on a Saturday. I do apologize for missing Monday. Monday was I got home and I was getting ready to start streaming, and I had to do half pagan, half Catholic, very Irish. Somebody else gets it. I was just about to start streaming, and then I had to do a bunch of paperwork for my daughter. The school gave my daughter a scholarship, and now they can't find the scholarship. It's a 6-semester scholarship. She's gone to school for 3 months, or for 3 semesters. Even if it was the six semesters after she finished her adult program, she would still have 5 and 6 left to use. They sent me a bill for $2,000. I don't have $2,000. I don't have $2,000 liquid right now because it's an unprogrammed, unforeseen expense. Yeah, they can't find the scholarship. They don't know why it's not like, and then they're like, we don't know what's going on. And then they're like, and you need to fill out your FAFSA form. Why the fuck do you have to fill out your FAFSA form if the college gave the scholarship? You gave the scholarship. You gave the scholarship without knowing my income. So fuck right off. And then yesterday, my wife had her carpal tunnel surgery. So she, in a couple of days, will have use of her right hand again, which will be good. Then I have to tear all these down and put these back on the shelf properly. I really hate the fact that you can't relocate these. You have to crush them and put them back in. It's really annoying. Oh, you guys can see what I was talking about. Anyway, I will be back Monday. If all goes well, I will be back Monday to do politics. See you then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jala